Hello, everybody. Hey, Kevin. It is Monday. What are we doing today? I don't even know. Adam is going to be on the Twitch front page on Wednesday. Today is probably going to be a lot of prep to make sure that Wednesday goes well. What else? I don't think there's anything else really right here. Hey, Warkai, 3D Extended. Hey, Matt. How's everybody doing? How'd the weekend go? Yeah, it was pretty restful. I I hurt my back a couple of weeks ago, and normally this heals a lot faster than it has been. I don't know what's going on, and probably I should see a doctor pretty soon. Other than that, I'd say things are probably going pretty well. Getting this game ready for launch. Do you have a Steam link? I'm not sure if I asked you for that before. Do I make a habit out of hurting your back? Well, things happen, right? And usually when it happens, it heals a little faster. Relaxing weekend at families. Nice, nice, nice. And things are going well here. I think this last week was only okay. I start my Mondays in pretty much the same way, so we're all going to analyze last week together. let's look at this. All right, today, tenant review, sustainability. I think last week was better than the one before, but it still wasn't great. Productivity seemed lower, even though my will to work seemed the same. What should I write here? Yeah, I mostly just relaxed over the weekend. So I'm curious about how today will go. All right, bricklaying. Still super important. I started a bunch of tasks last week, but didn't finish many. That's all I'm gonna leave this at for now. Yeah. I want to keep an eye on this week and see what's going on. Oh, wait, no, I remember this. Okay. Yeah, this is the one that you're working on with Deadmau5, right? Yeah. Wow, yeah. I was gonna say that was God, I don't know how many months ago that was when I first dropped in. But yeah, how's Deadmau5 feeling about it? Please keep an eye out for yourself. Yeah, I thank you. I'm trying to figure out if this ever happens again in the future, what's helping me recover. So I'm standing right now. I think that's the first step. I've been using a heating pad, and yeah, I think I just gotta be mindful. Her mind doing lower back exercise a few months ago and found daily walks for about a mile helped to relieve the pain. Yeah. Yeah, I think walking is good. I should probably aim to do another big walk tonight. And Game Dev Me wants to add more to do, but there are plans for it. You mean in the game? Like, yeah. Yeah, I think, it's kind of nice. If you were making a game back in, like, I don't know, Super Nintendo and 64 era, you wouldn't have that capability. You would just make the game, it'd be in a box, it'd get shipped out to people, and then too bad as far as updates go. So at least we live in an era where if you want to make changes, you can, and there are even monetization routes for doing it, like DLC. Yeah. Yeah, and work, do try to be mindful about this if you can. Happy food coma Monday. Am too. What'd you have yesterday as far as putting you in a food coma today goes? So last week we started working on the intro for the game, and I didn't have a lot of great ideas about this. I did some very basic stuff. In fact, I don't even have it showing here. I think I'm going to put this in a branch and just wait on it for a bit. I also ordered something yesterday that I'm hoping will help with the music aspect. I finally got a Mini Freak. It's a synthesizer. But what's special about this synthesizer in particular is that there's hardware for it, like what you see here, but then there's a software replica of it. So whatever you make on this, you can almost perfectly replicate in the software. Whereas if you got, let's say, a tuba or something like that, right? It's not even a synthesizer, a tuba. It's like, in order to record that, you need a microphone, and then you get a waveform in your your DAW, and then modifying waveforms is way harder than modifying MIDI. And there are ways you could sort of work around this when you have a synth that doesn't have a replica in software. But anyway, I've never really like made my own sounds, so I'm kind of curious what this is going to do for that. And maybe it does nothing. Maybe it's just a fun little toy. Who knows? But I got one, so it should arrive today. Thanks for the resub, M2. Thanksgiving and Easter are two big meal holidays. Oh yeah, Easter was yesterday. I forgot. There was some like big gathering in the community over here. Yeah. So yeah, I think we push all this stuff, and then I think we start working on whatever's on my to-do list. Today's probably going to be a pretty chill day. Let me alias that. Yeah, because Wednesday is not going to be a chill day. Wednesday is going to be 8 hours of me just in front of my computer talking to everybody. Well, it's still chill. It's not like it's rushed or anything. It's just I can't really relax on that day. So I think we should take a breather today and just do some kind of easy stuff. I have this written down. Standard, use a heating pad. Let's go push everything I have into another branch and then keep track of that branch somewhere. Or not another branch. We'll just stash it. Git stash. Yeah, so we'll stash this as intro to Skeleseller. Yeah, all right, so now get stash list. I'm going to copy this and put this inside the intro task. And then we're just going to hold off on it for a bit. I started a lot of creative work, I'd say. There was another music track. There was the intro. There was adventurer designs. I didn't really finish any of them. Not totally sure why. I think part of it is because I've been on this kick where in the morning I want to do like game improvements, and then in the afternoon I want to do anything else. And then I kind of ran out of easy game improvements to make. So then we got into some harder ones. I think we're going to need to... I think we're going to need to do easy stuff on Wednesday, which means we pretty much only have hard stuff around that time. I don't know about tackling it today, but yeah, a lot of creative work. Atypical. Welcome in. So weirdly, this did not stash everything. Wait, what's this doing? This shouldn't be here. The intro definitely should though. How about we pop that? Git stash pop. So how do you, we got to get rid of this stuff, right? I am nearly positive I'm not using that anywhere. No, yeah. Okay, so get rid of that. Then I don't really need the UID file here, but it doesn't hurt to have it. The rest of this stuff is fine. What changed in shop? Kind of nothing. It's a tile set. Alice source. None of that stuff should really matter. But yeah, I want to stash even the untracked things. Git stash untracked. Dash U. Okay, so that's what we got to do. And now we should have nothing in here. Good, perfect. Okay. Going through the Godot tutorial this weekend, have a question about players. If your game doesn't have an actual player that you are controlling, how does that work? Does that even make sense? I'm not totally sure I follow. There are games where you don't control a player exactly. Oh, let me try to think of one off the top of my head. I guess like RTSs, you control many different units. There's no like one player, like in a sim game. Yeah, well, maybe I guess Skeleseller is a pretty good example. You're not like using WASD to control a character. Yeah, puzzles or board games. Yeah, okay. So anyway, what's the question behind this though? How does that work? Because it shouldn't be any different from any other game logic that you have. The only thing that makes a player is that you have input. If you consider, God, what's a good example of this? I don't know, even like chess, right? Like you have your pieces and you have the opponent's pieces. And when you're playing against a computer player, it's not like they have different rules from you. They just you don't control them, that's all. So it's the same thing with a sim. Your input is not doing something. Or rather, your input is doing something at a very high level in a sim game. where your collision points in Skeleseller, I guess. Since you put that in quotes, I'm not totally sure, but with collision, do you mean like physical collision? As in like where does the skeleton collide with the world? Or do you mean like where do you affect the game? Because this is more of an engine question. This is more of a design question. And I'm happy to answer either one. I just want to make sure I'm on the right track with answering your question. Okay, where do we write this down? So, yeah, this list is out of control. Let's put this into, where's the intro? There it is. Let's put this into here. Did I stash this? Wrote a design document here, and I stashed the changes I was working on. Sure hope this doesn't bite me. I'll have to go back and get the right terminology. Yeah, sure. Yeah, my guess is that this had more to do with the design aspect of the game, but you mentioned Godot tutorial, which made me think it had to do with the engine aspect. But how about this? I'll just quickly answer part of it based on what I think might be your concern, and I'm probably misinterpreting this to some extent. But we take someone like an NPC in the game. In fact, let's take the farmer. No, let's take a worker. A worker is exactly what you've seen in the game, right? There's skeletons that walk around. There's a sprite to control where their hands are holding something. And then they have a very, very tiny collision shape, like right in the center of their skull, because we do pathfinding for the player as opposed to the player choosing where they want to go. So this just needs to be something to make sure they don't walk through trees and stuff. And this is a literal collision point. It's called a collision shape 2D, and it just happens to be 1 pixel big. So it's a collision point. Okay, so this has been transition to and from, maybe worth developing it as a standalone scene for iteration. I think this is fine. That's exactly it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so generally whenever you're making a new scene, like let's say you make a new scene here and you call this like bullet, you're going to have some sprite for it. So in this case, let's just put in this. I'm not going to try to make this look nice. Imagine that this is your bullet. And then you're just going to add a collision shape. And then you need to figure out what kind of physics body you want on top of it. So is it a rigid body where you apply forces to it? Is it a character body where you can say how it's going to move? And then underneath that, you put your collision shape, and underneath that, you add the actual rectangle or something. So in this case, I'm not going to like fully draw this, right? But you can, how do you do this? There's a way to do this, and I don't remember how. Oh, it's just in the wrong spot. There it is. I was like, why am I not seeing a rectangle? Yeah, so you do something like this and then say where the extents are of this thing. Hey, who cares? Trains have a very small collision point, just like that I'm imagining. Not trying to get you to design my game, just trying to relate things. They could have a larger one. It all depends on what you're exactly trying to do. Trains might not need collision at all. It all depends on like, should they collide with something? So you could just keep them on tracks and make sure that through some other means they never intersect each other. So that's kind of the nice thing about game dev is there's so many different ways you can do things. But it probably makes sense for them to have collision. I'm just saying you don't have to have that. All right, I would like to publish another demo today. I want to get this list all in order. So let's start at the top here. I had all of this stuff here. I think I want to work on the enchanter today, but I think the first thing I want to do is actually organize this list. Organize this list. It's out of control. Yeah, sure. And I think a lot of this will be clearer as you start to do it too. Like the way I'd suggest proceeding with practically any game, especially if you haven't made a game before, is prototype small things first and then incorporate them like once you've learned how to do things. So for example, if you've never done pathfinding before, probably don't just like put it directly in your project. Probably just like mess around with a tiny project of like, I have a character moving around in a tile map or something. Or prototyping a branch or something. It could be your full project. But that way you feel like you can move fast and not necessarily worry about is everything fully polished and is the code final and yeah. All right, new icons I definitely want to include today. These things are great. So this is going to stay on the list. This is a pretty easy thing to do, but it's also a nice win to include. All right, so let me download these things, done. And then let me show you them because this looks pretty cool. So we have 2 new perks in the game that we don't have icons for, and Quickie Joe's made icons. I'll show you what they look like in the game, and then you can see the new icons and they'll make sense. By the way, you here means just whoever is interested in watching. This is not necessarily just talking to one person. So the 2 that we have, one is here. This is the quick move menu. When you unlock this, it gives you a menu that, let me unlock this and show you. It gives you a menu so that now when you get an item, if you want to put it in the shop, you can just drag up. So now you don't need to drag directly all the way to the shop to do it. So this is the quick move menu. And the perk for that looks like this. The perk icon, I mean. So pretty cool. I mean, it looks like how it looks in the game. And then the other one that we added the other day was harvesting efficiency. So you got a bunch of carrots and you just click them manually, right? And you can harvest them. But if you get this perk, then you can harvest up to 5 crops at once. So you can now click a whole bunch of carrots. And that icon looks like this. I really like them. I think they're great. Quickie Joe is doing a great job, yeah. In fact, it kind of made me wonder, should we increase the size of the icons in the game so that you can appreciate the artwork a little bit more? And maybe we should. I'm going to write myself at least a note about doing that. Consider increasing the size of perk icons just so that people can appreciate the art a bit more. Am I standing? Yeah. Okay, let's see. Left a lot of unfinished work. Intro, music, adventure design, screen space, text, and possibly more. Normally, I just have to lay bricks. Yeah, so we'll plan that stuff. What else do we have here? Other art things to figure out. I mean, maybe today ends up being another one of those kinds of design days. I'm fine with that. I want today to be, if we have to pick a day for things to be less visual, today would be that day. And then Wednesday would be the more visual day. Yeah, so I gotta write this here. Maybe get rid of upgrade signs and allow for incrementally unlocking perks. This was just never that important. But yes, this could potentially be a thing we do today. And then maybe we work on the new Enchanter's Den on Wednesday. I am super, super happy with this. Talking about Quickie Joe's work here. Take a look at this if you haven't seen it. This is the new Enchanter's Den that we're going to have. And it just looks so much better. So much better than the one we have now. This is the one in the game. Spellbooks are just on the ground. There's nothing like special. There's a mana crystal that's also just on the ground. This looks so cool. Yeah. You could show the icon in the tooltip or something like that. Oh, that could be interesting. Yeah. Hear about 4chan getting hacked using super outdated PHP code? I did not hear about that. I wonder what it means for them to get hacked, because don't they not have any real personal information on that site? I mean, I recognize that there's something people can do when they hack a site that's more than just leaking personal information, but I wonder what the impact was. Yeah, I want to figure out today and Wednesday. Today can probably be about design. I think that could be interesting. And then Wednesday can be about including the new enchanter. Oh, and prepping for the most important thing. Prep for Wednesday. I had some things written down about this. Where are those things? I hadn't done this, man. Just art. So looking at that. This is the Tuesday stuff. Sure. Where is the prep stuff? Yeah, we got to look into this. I guess I'll write this down over here. We have a bug with confine mouse to window on Mac OS where the mouse goes in seemingly random directions. This seems to to be related to zooming via Mac OS somehow, I think it would be a Godot issue. Need to figure out the repro and potentially file a bug there. Hey Stockton, hey Melmsy. Are the other places getting new artwork too? Shops and warehouses, I mean? So the shop itself, the little vendor stall, I don't have a problem with right now. And one of the things we're going to do right now, when you don't have anything built, it's just like a blank patch of land. We're going to change that. So it'll look like just regular terrain. Like I'm looking over here. You won't be able to tell the difference of where the shop's supposed to go. That we definitely want to do. I don't think we'll probably change the shop graphics. The warehouse will be turned into shelving and probably have like a slightly better looking building. But all the other things have already been changed to be Quickie Joe's artwork. So like the tavern is a custom building that was not in the sprite pack. Same thing with the town hall. And actually the town hall has multiple levels. I just never put a way of getting the other levels in the game. But look at that little skeleton flag. It's amazing. And then level 3 looks like this. Where now that unfortunately the skeleton flag is just an S. I might just use that anyway. But yeah, that looks much more fantastic. Good morning, general question. How are you saving data, JSON, SQL, etc.? I'm learning about creating save systems right now using C#, and I'm not seeing why JSON isn't good enough for most games. Yeah, we're using JSON. I think it all depends on how much data you have, how much of it you want to modify at a time. So for example, with JSON, in order to save like one field in it, you're outputting an entirely new JSON blob. Now, if you've got like really honestly anything less than like 2 megabytes of JSON, that's probably fine. Who cares? But if you've got, let's say, more than 2 megabytes or you're constantly making updates or something, then yeah, maybe some kind of SQLite database could be good. It also depends on what kind of queries you're going to do on it. What format do you want it in? Are you using an ORM and it makes it easier for you to persist data that way? But yeah, I certainly think starting out a JSON thing is fine. The other thing to consider is probably try to keep your save layer isolated so that if you do want to swap it out later, you don't have to touch every single part of your code. I did send the PR for path drawing. For now, I only used it for the fishing pond, but it should be good to use for other areas. Interesting. Let me take a look at that really fast. Add some functions in environment with ways to create paths in the terrain layer. It also applies it to create the path that leads to the fishing pond. Is the use of A star grid 2D to determine the cells that will make up the path between 2 points. By using that, you can more or less be sure that walking entities will use the same pathing. Besides a functional change, add a new debug screen. Allows drawing paths. Yeah, interesting. Add settings to control the width. Settings to add randomness. Okay, yeah. I think I'm gonna save this to review, but this is good. Review PRs, terrain, pathing. Seems people get pretty frustrated using JSON, mostly talking about it being slow. It does depend on how often you're saving. But like I said, yeah, I don't think you'll have a problem for small files. Like you wouldn't save an MMORPG into JSON data. But the other thing too is I would say just don't prematurely optimize. Because maybe you end up making your game and you've got to save like 10 booleans or something. I'd be pretty surprised. But yeah, in that case, you could just save 10 save files, one with each boolean if you felt like it. I mean, obviously that's not the best way of doing things, but it's not like it's going to be a performance problem. All right, this stuff we are definitely doing today. This is pretty important. And maybe some very small tasks. I'd still like to publish a demo. So new enchanter, I think, would be on Wednesday. I think that's probably a good task. So this is feedback from the people playing the demo. Now let's copy this. There we go. All right, and then we have all of this stuff to get through too. Yeah. Nice new enchanter. Yeah. It's gonna be great. I know it's a negative color right now. All right, improve the game, publish another demo, maybe get rid of upgrade signs. How's a player upgrade the town hall through a perk? Did I write all this stuff down? I really hope I did. Yeah. I think so. And it wasn't upgraded to a perk board. Yeah, I didn't write it all down, but let's get that here. Add a perk to the town hall that lets you upgrade the building. No, we could eventually use the tavern for this, but I don't think it's a good idea at first. And I wrote why, right? We have to explain the tavern. I have no other plan for that. God, I want to keep all the design stuff of this in one spot. Maybe I write this over here. Upgrading the town hall via a perk versus the tavern. Okay, let's copy that as markdown and not have that get messed up. It just keeps tabbing things in further and further. I don't understand why it does that. So it should be 2 bullet points and then tabbed in and then tabbed in. 2 bullet points, tabbed in, and then everything else looks fine here. All right, so does that get pasted in here correctly and then it renders the way I would expect? Yes. Cool. Okay, so delete all that stuff. Quests give you more workers. People don't read quests. Get rid of a problem with players now have new buildings. I think randomly getting perks is going to feel confusing as well. Probably different unlock conditions. Thing when you beat a boss. Okay. This should probably only show up after you've beaten a certain boss. I'll just say note. I'm sure this will be confusing. It's already confusing for players when they get new buildings. And now there will be 2 conditions, or several conditions, I guess, for getting new perks. Which is what? When you unlock a building, when you beat a boss, yeah. And when you beat a boss. Okay. People are auto-saving constantly or saving directly without any amount of abstraction. Yeah, the thing is, though, building a JSON file and saving it even once per 10 seconds still shouldn't be a big deal, I think. So, yeah. Hey, Physitronic. I'm doing pretty well. I'm going to be on the Twitch front page on Wednesday. So there's some prep I want to do for that today, which means a lot of today is probably going to be some organizational stuff, maybe some design stuff. I don't want to do anything too intense. Tell that to GTA 5. Yeah, GTA 5 had like 20 minutes of JSON crunching, right? But that was apparently only a problem because of what they were using to process it. They still, I think, kept JSON, and someone ended up writing a hack to drastically speed it up. I don't know if they then switched to a SQL style thing. Means you're paying for the ability to do something. Yeah, I think that's worth writing down too over here. The reason I want you to unlock a perk, though, well, it doesn't matter if it's a perk or not. Yeah, in fact, I wonder if there should even be anything at all. Maybe the building just flashes like a rainbow color and there's an up arrow on it and you click the up arrow and it upgrades and it costs you nothing. And then you recognize that you get new perks by doing that. Why don't we just give you the new perks anyway, though? I don't know. Yeah. Hmm. I guess I should write this down. We would have to tell you somewhere all of the upgrades you've gotten through the tavern, since it won't just amount to a single number. With a perk, you will always have it unlocked after getting it, so you can always read what it did for you. It's like no one had profiled the game. It's not even no one had profiled the game. That was the kind of thing that I think was impossible to miss, that there was a performance issue. Like, I don't think it was that they were running on mega computers and it happened to be fast. It must have been slow even for them, right? But even if it wasn't slow for them, it was definitely slow for players. And yeah, I just don't get how that went as long as it did without someone being like, all right, let's crack this thing open. Let's find out what's going wrong. Or maybe they did that and they just wrongly concluded it would take forever to fix. All right, do we ever change the max level of a perk? We can always make this decision later. Yeah, I'm still not totally sold on this, but... And we haven't started the work for it yet, so I guess we can always change our minds in the future. Oh, I should probably copy his markdown, huh? What just happened? All right, there. Some other things I was thinking about. Do we want to add more perk board to the shops or the warehouse and proxy them to that? Minimal impact. Yeah, and then the only real... I guess I'll write this here. The only other thing I think could work is just flashing a building and showing an up arrow. Flashing a border around a building. And showing an up arrow to indicate that you can upgrade something. And it could even be free. It would only ever be used for the town hall, though. In other words, a perk is the easiest way to try this stuff out. So let's start with that. And we can always change it later. Hey, Krasner, happy Monday. Hope you're doing well. Okay, have we simplified this list now? Yeah. Okay, so I should have some kind of hotkey that'll put the game into a mode where it plays itself in an interesting way. So this is the stuff we're going to start with, because I want to make sure that for the Twitch front page, we've got the game showing most of the time. So what I want to do is have the game take up maybe like the right half of the screen and have VS Code take up the left half. And I think I want it to be, in this case, enough of the time where I want to write a script that just does this stuff for us. So what I was picturing is we make a script that makes VS Code take up the left half, opens Skeleseller, makes it take up the right half, and then loads a save file with interesting, or not even loads a save file, maybe like sets up an interesting scenario. Like builds a few shops, starts auto battling, and I don't know, sets the camera to a certain view / zoom. But Kevin had also made a special build, which I did not test out. And maybe we should do it based on this. Maybe let's try that out. I'm writing a note to myself, switch to main. So don't forget this. What branch am I on right now? I'm on main. Okay, so I want to get fetch Kevin and then switch to this. What? Yeah, what? Oh, I'm on the wrong account. I was very confused about that for a second. All right, so now we should be able to fetch that. Okay, cool. So yeah, here's the Twitch integration one. So get checkout Kevin slash that gets fetched. Okay, let's close these things. Let's try running this. So this will be a fun little thing to explore together. Let's see how this works. All right, so I believe the way that this works is if somebody types something in chat, they will be given a character. I wonder if I have to do anything. User chat. Oh, it's when they enter the town. So I need to create a customer now. Yeah, new ones need to spawn. Yeah, so there we go. So Kevin now has a customer there. And if I type something like test and then I spawn a new customer, I should have one there too. Yeah. So this was the thing that Kevin had done. Yeah, now Thumbs will have one. I need to create the customer though. And that's it. There's no other thing. It's just that this person will walk around for a bit. I have some thoughts about this. So Twitch integration. People may assume that we're developing a Twitch-based game if they see this. Yeah. Like, I think this is neat. And then we would need to change to result in picking a customer immediately. And then the other thing is any changes I make on Wednesday would need to be on this build if we want to use this. Nope, now we'll have an M2 customer. There you are. So I'm kind of leaning toward not using this as a result of that. The game that you show on screen all the time could be an export build of this, assigned to the one you'd be working on. Yeah, yeah, it could be. And we need some like stable build anyway. I think the thing I'm most worried about is this, where like people are gonna come in from the front page aren't gonna read anything first. They're just gonna be like, oh, that's a colorful looking game. Like, oh, you're making some sort of, I don't even know the names of games that are Twitch stream games. What's that one? AFK something Legends, whatever. Oh, you're making a game like that. And I have to be like, oh, actually, no, this is just for the sake of today. Everyone just gets a name in here. Now, there's something else we could consider for this, which is we could use nameplates for you naming the customers. And when you hover over them, it tells you what their name is or some information about them. Well, I guess we do that in a tooltip instead. Yeah. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Should we show names of people who chat as customers? for Wednesday. Hey, Jammy. Love the concept as someone who's only dipped their feet in Godot and coding. Brilliant idea. The game overall, because thank you. um, yeah, I like where Skeleseller's been going. Oh, also you can click these labels, so we need to do that. The labels are clickable and prevent camera movement. I would assume it's a Twitch chat integrated game. Yeah, and to some extent, it could be. We could make some configurable options here. I've always debated on this because some people said, hey, if you add this feature, then streamers might be more inclined to do this. And I always thought, I don't know if a streamer cares about the integration aspect of it. I think they care about, will they have fun playing the game or are they getting sponsored? How hard would it be to show a banner or overlay for the day? Otherwise, I agree that people would assume it's meant to be Twitch integrated. You could just add something to your overlay for the day. Show a banner or overlay. I mean, I could add in any text or modify the stream layout. I think I'm leaning toward not doing this. And I feel bad because I know Kevin made this and it's cool. And like, look, right there, I didn't add a new customer. Jammy's just in town now. I guess the other thing is how often will I be loading this particular build? And we need to find a Skeleseller thing. We might need to do this based on the title. Probably want to make sure we only find the stable build window and not the one I'm working on. There we go, Ethan. Streamers do care about integration when it's games they come back to and play for a long time. Yeah, I think some of that though is the integration to like have chat get involved. There's some and change the difficulty. What was that called? I forgot, but there's a name to this stuff. It's all ejected from my head. Crowd control. Yeah, that's what it is. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I don't think we're going to do this, but it's interesting that it exists. And I do want to look at the commits for this. So let's take a look. So there's a new library, which is the Twitch client. It's just hard coded to join my channel. And there are presumably some events here where on chat, we just emit a signal saying who chatted. That's how I would assume this works. Yeah, user chatted, user donated bits. So then something listens for user chatted and then just adds in a label on the customer. Customer name system. Yeah. Yeah, this is roughly what I would have thought of as a code for this. So, yeah. Man. I finally started building bench work again. Nice, nice, nice. And yeah, sure. Share some pictures on the show and tell in Discord. It's kind of integration in PlateUp. Oh, it was in PlateUp, a cooking game. And the addition allows the chatter to choose their order. What if you could choose what you wanted to buy? I see what you're saying. So I think the context of this is pretty important. What we'd be doing here would be just for Wednesday. We'd probably need to envision if we wanted to make Twitch integration, what would it look like for, arbitrary Twitch streamer X out there? And for that, yes, they might want their viewers to be able to require some kind of item in the game. But for Wednesday, I think that'd be a bad idea because I'm not going to manually control this game a whole lot. We'll just have it automatically set up, sort of a demo. Like, it's the 90s and you go to Blockbuster and you're looking at the gameplay itself. Okay, so yeah, I'm leaning toward no. Yeah, I feel bad though that Kevin had done the work for that. All right, we got to work on this script. And we got to figure out our stable build that we're going to use. I guess our stable build is something I should build now that has a custom title so that we can find that custom title. And we'll write a new hammer spoon script for this. So let's go to that. Adam's apple. Hammer spoon. And let's just load this whole thing. Yeah, we have the groundwork now. Yeah, that's true. In fact, do we have anything that mentions Twitch in here? No. We had a Twitch listing. No, we don't. Yeah, I could make an issue and just point at this thing. I guess let's do that really quickly. Code Twitch integration. Note, I'm only filing this bug so that we don't forget the work that Kevin had done for this. But in the future, if we want Twitch integration, we'll need to do some game design for how it impacts the game. E.g., maybe viewers can request items for their customers, or can maybe viewers become customers and can request items for the streamer to have to find. All right, and then the code that he wrote is here, which is on this branch. Okay, so create, and then close is not planned for now. Okay, so now we won't lose track of it at least. Oh yeah, another thing I gotta write down here is other notes. If we do this, we probably need some kind of privacy policy for the game that mentions this, since it would be connecting to the internet when it currently doesn't have to. Okay, so I got Hammer Spoon loaded up here. We have this init thing. Let's add Skeleseller. Yeah, sure, let's add Skeleseller. All right, now let's open up Schwartz helper, save this as Skeleseller.lua. So I need some kind of shortcut that we're going to press that's going to, let's just have it be all of this, but 5. Load a Skeleseller demo. Or like set up my whole stream for the Twitch front page. So we want to find VS Code. This is this is certainly going to be something here because I have not worked with Lua for a while now. So I want to do all of these things. None of this should be that hard to do. But we have to change some of the C# code and then change some Lua code. So let's start with the first thing. Just make VS Code take up the left half. So we go to the Hammer Spoon documentation and find out how to get a window of a certain name. API documentation, window. There it is. All right, there should be like a get window or something. Just find. Here it is. hs.window.find. Hint, search criterion for the desired window can be an ID number, a string pattern. Yeah, so the string pattern is what we want. What does VS Code have as its string pattern here? I have no idea. It might be code. Computers mod for the thing you spent 19 days on. All right, can we list all of the windows that exist? Because yes, I think hs.window.find is what I want. But can we get all of the windows? All windows, there it is. All windows, hs.window.all windows. Perfect, okay, let's get that. And let's just print that out. Local all wins equals that. And then show, can we log this to a file? I think I wrote some documentation about this. I did, nice. Cheat sheet, debug logging, print, hs.inspect. Wow, perfect. How nice. I don't know why that's not in text like that though. Okay, so now let's ditch all of that stuff. Save this, go load the console for this. Console? Yeah, then I click this button. Did it work? Yeah, it worked. Okay, cool. So now I pressed this and it printed out. Here's what it printed out. All right, this one is the window that we want. But how do we figure out that that's the window that we want? I wonder if you can get the application name and then we can figure out that it's VS Code. And then we just only open up one VS Code window or always take the first one. Maybe we can do that. The usual, just typical Minecraft things. Oh, whoops. I meant to look at find. Where's find? Here we go. There it is. Application : name. HS window bash. Can I search for code? Also, what is this syntax? I don't know. So let's try this. So here it is. Waiting for it to reload. No, that's a problem. Why does it look like? Oh, we don't have the colon there. This is valid Lua. Is it gonna reload? Yeah, wow, it did. Okay, so now we press this key. And yeah, we did get a window out of this. Only one window though. What kind of game am I building in Darshan? I'm building a game called Skeleseller. And yeah, the very thing I'm working on right now is to get this so that it's easier to launch the game. Hang on a second. Okay. So it's a very laid back town management game. You hire adventurers, you send them into battle, and you sell the items that they earn. And a lot of this is automated. It's supposed to be a very cozy, low thinking kind of game. Yeah. And when they win this battle, we get some items that we go sell. These customers come and buy it. We upgrade our town. We get perks. We get new buildings. We level up our adventurers, etc. It's available on Steam as a demo right now. Okay, so this found a code window, but there should have been two. Oh, maybe because find only returns the first one. But that's fine then. That's all we really need. So this is going to be the first code window. What is Lua naming convention for variables? Is it just camel case? I think it's camel case. Functions use underscores. Oh no, everything uses underscores. Okay, sure. Expected release date? Probably fall of this year. That's my guess. All right, so now we get this stuff. We need its frame as well. All this goes up here. And this is win : frame, so this goes like that. And we set this to take up exactly half the screen, so 1920 divided by 2. There we go. And that should work. Let's go try it. So now when I press these keys, it's just going to make this take up exactly half the screen. Oh, not this one though, the other one, the other VS Code instance. Yeah, here it is. So if I make this a little bit larger and then press the code. No, it says attempt to index a nil value, global win. Did I accidentally leave win in somewhere? Yes, I did. First code window. All right, let's try that again. Unfortunately, it takes forever to reload for some reason. Did it work? I don't think so. What is it doing? HS window code. Maybe it's taking... Maybe something else has code in the name? Did it do this? Oh, it did this. This is the window with code in the name. So when I press the shortcut, it makes this one resize. It's not good. I want the one that is VS Code. So we need to find a window by the application. Search criterion for desired window. Window title. Yeah, I think we just get all the windows and then look over them to find out which application we want. Yeah. I mean, ideally, that's not that hard to do, but I don't even know how to write a for loop in Lua anymore. So let's try to figure this out. All windows. I guess we could just tell it what to do, and maybe it'll figure it out. Oh, we have a for whatever. Yeah, let's just copy this. The object itself is the first argument. Yeah, I vaguely remember this stuff about Lua. So win in all windows. And then we want to check the application name. Here it is. Colon application colon name. All right. And I want to print that out. Print this win application name. All right. Delete all that other stuff. Cut out of this, I guess. Go reload this. Can we make this easier to reload? What if I didn't get this and this here? Still need window navigation. Although maybe it's slow because it's trying to print everything out at once. I don't know why that's taking so long. Okay, so now we press the keys, and what do we get? Attempt to call a table value for iterator. This might not be how you're supposed to do this. And this might not be how you're supposed to do it. I wonder if this is supposed to be a dot or something. Heck if I know. I would think from what Kevin said and from what I saw in the documentation that it should be a colon there, but yeah, I don't remember how to do this stuff. I deal with Lua once every like 8 months and then forget everything that I've ever done. Yeah, so Lua iterate. What are we getting back when we call all windows? Returns a list. Does Lua even have lists? I thought everything was a table. Lua for each on list. For v in values. So I got to do that. Man, this should really be faster. Attempt to call a nil value, global values. Interesting. They list over this by indexing it. Yeah. I don't know what this thing is. That's the problem. Idiomatic way to iterate over an array is this. It's not an array that, well, it says it's a list that it's returning. Lua list. Is that a thing? I don't know what this nomenclature is. It says it returns a list. Oh, hey, they have the source. We could just take a look at it. All windows. No, that's a table, right? I think that's a table. No, it's technically an array. Okay, sure. So then we should do this. Yeah. All right. We might have figured this out. But this is just step one of all this. And then put this down here. And this is going to be the window. Delete this. Can I get rid of this thing and will that make this load faster? Yes, it will. Okay, cool. Hey, we did it. All right, great. So we have two codes. We want the first one. So how do we write a function? Here we go. And how do we return from a function? Is there a return? There's return, but I'm never returning anything. All right, Lua return value from function. Print type variable. Thanks, Patrick. I did end up finding out what it is by looking at the code, but that is good to know. Yes, you can just return stuff. You don't need to define types to define types. So this should be easy enough to do. So we put this here. Function find first code window. And we do that, and we put an end. And then we get this. And we put that there and say if otherwise return nil, I guess. First code window is equal to that. Delete all that stuff. So now we could take these and that should work. Let's go try that out. So now I'm going to press the shortcut and it'll make this take up half the screen. No. Attempt to index a nil value. Must be returning here. All right, well, let's have it print then. Print found a code window. And it's not printing that? Nope. Well, we printed it earlier here, and these things were printing code. Huh. I wonder if that's not how you check string equality? Oh, right. Now my shortcuts aren't going to work. Find pattern to get the application. Yeah, but unfortunately, this has the title code, so it'll also find this whenever I'm in the code folder. And I wanted to find just the application whose underlying name is VS Code. Well, which in this case, I guess is just code. Where'd that go? Bash. Yeah, application : name. Is all windows still defined? No, yeah, my bad. Thank you. Oh, I see. You were, yeah, sorry, I hadn't seen that, Kevin. Thanks, Andre. Let's go try that out now. Unexpected symbol. Init line 4. That's a problem though in here. What did I do wrong? I must have just deleted something that I didn't mean to delete. I don't even know where it is though. This parenthesis at the end? No, that's part of the bind. Huh, what did I just do? So this compiled at least, even though it was wrong. Yeah. And then I put in local all windows. I'm gonna just type this out so it doesn't accept the entirety of this thing. Maybe that's not what that was even called. No, it is. hs.window.allWindows. What? Why doesn't this build when I do that then? Oh, now it does. Okay, cool. And now it takes up half the screen. Awesome. Cool. So we did step 1. Make VS Code take up the left half of the screen. So we're done with that. Now we need to open up Skeleseller only if it's not already open. Oh, I had an infinity symbol. Okay, yeah. If it isn't open. So for this, I want to make a build of Skeleseller that we could always find. And I think the way we'll do that is via its title. So we could just make this like Skeleseller Twitch front page or something like that. But the problem is I don't know how we even change it in Godot. So let's get our window navigation back because that's going to drive me nuts if I don't have that. It just takes longer to reload when I do that though. Is it not even going to reload? I wonder why this does take so long. Maybe it's the registering of all these hotkeys. Hey, Campbell Soup. All right, so how do we change the window title up there? It says Skeleseller right now. Is there a project setting to control that? Why did I just search for that? I meant to search for this. Title, window, settings, GUI. It's probably none of those. It's probably something that's in the project file, but that, yeah, it's probably just this config name. So if I type testeroni over here and we reload and run that, does it have that in the title now of the window? Because if so, that's very easy to fix. Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. So that's that problem solved. So we just needed to have, oh, did it create a new folder by me doing that? Oh God. All right, let's go into here. ... Is there now Skeleseller testeroni in here? Yes, there is. Ugh. I don't want that. Oh, well, whatever. Yeah, let's just delete it for now. But I'll write myself a note that we got to do that later, I guess. Where is it? Skeleseller testeroni. Okay, cool. Then you do display server.window.setTitle. Or window set title. Yeah. Let's try that. So delete this, reload this. And then in main, just change that. Do we use the display server at all now? No, we don't. Is there what, get window? Windows set title. Here it is. Okay, so Skeleseller testeroni. Let's run that. It's currently Skeleseller. No, this didn't work. What does this do? Sets the title of the given window. It's recommended to change this value using window title instead. Oh, okay, sure. So what do we do for that? Get tree.root.title equals Skeleseller. And try running that. What am I trying to figure out? I'm trying to change the title of the game window through code. We can change it through the project settings. But can we change it through code? Yeah, cool. Okay, so that worked. So now we have Skeleseller testeroni. All right. So I want to make this be like Skeleseller for Twitch front page. So that's our title that we then have to use through Lua as well. So we're going to make function. Actually, we don't need a function for this, right? Because it's going to be... I mean, I guess let's make some functions to make this easier to do. So like make VS Code take left half. Yeah, and then copy all this stuff into there. And make VS Code take left half. Okay, so that's the first part. Now make Skeleseller. Whoop, come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, so we got to find the Skeleseller window. This should be very easy now because we can do hs.window find. Yes, hs.window.find. Okay, so local Skeleseller window equals hs window find Skeleseller for Twitch front page. I guess we should check if this sort of thing is null and just return. No code window found. Sure, whatever. And I guess same thing here. It could launch it. Sure, we can write that down eventually. But if it's nil, how about we just do this? No Skeleseller window found. And then if it does exist, then we want to do this bit. Yeah. What are we calling that? Skeleseller window. And yeah, that changes. Okay, so there's that. I guess let's try running this. So if I do this now, it's going to complain that it can't find a Skeleseller window because it's not open. And it's going to pop it up in an alert. Yeah. So no Skeleseller window found. But if I launch it first. Oh, that didn't even work. It resized the wrong window. Wait, why did it do that? It should resize. Oh, God, it changes the order based on which one's selected. So if I have this one selected and I press this, it's going to find that one. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. If I have two code windows open on Wednesday, then we'll just remember that. So this is not the first window in terms of which one was launched first. This is the one that was activated last. So it's first in terms of that. First here just means the one that was activated last, most recently. Not the application that was launched first. We could probably find them both and then sort by when they were launched. I don't care about doing that. Can you make the game be on the system path when installed? Then in the Lua code, if you can't find the game open, you can launch it without having to rely on an absolute path. I could, but this is really just a script for Wednesday. So using an absolute path would be fine. Okay, so now when we run this, I wanted to test what happens when we do have the game window open, and does it make this take half of the screen? So it's launching, and now we press the shortcut. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah. This is going well so far. So now, no matter what these windows were taking up originally, so like let's say I put them like this, and then I'm like, you know what? Let me show the game to everybody. I just press this, goes half and half like that. And then we need to do, what was the other stuff in here? Make VS Code take a left half done. Open Skeleseller if it isn't open. Okay, so we haven't done the open it if it isn't open part. but we need a special build for that. So we're gonna have to wait for that in the future. So open Skeleseller if it isn't open. We did that though. Probably want to make sure we only find the stable build window. We did that. Set up an interesting scenario. Yeah, we got to do that now. All right, the interesting scenario should be done directly through code though. Oh no, this isn't going to be shipped. No, this is I'm going to be on the Twitch front page on Wednesday, and I think showing the game as much as possible is a good idea. So I'm just always going to have it take up half the screen, I think. And now we need to make it so that it starts some battles, it builds some shops, and it does whatever else. And then we just kind of leave it. So maybe we get some customers too. Yeah, build some shops, add some customers, maybe add adventurers. I don't know. This stuff should be pretty easy to do though, because it's all just through the game code. Do we have any other changes so far? No, but this is built on the wrong branch. Excuse me. So let's go stash that. And then switch back to main. And then pop the stash. And it should go exactly in the same spot. It did. And now we got to go modify everything else. Zoom in and follow our customer from time to time. Yeah, I was thinking panning the camera would probably be good. The other thing is that I guess any battles that start, I'm going to be covering with my camera. Should we put the game on the left side of the screen then? That'd be very weird for me. But let's take a look at what this would look like. Is it obvious that there are battles happening? No, not really. I mean, I could move my cameras, but I think it's probably better to just make this take up the left side of the screen so you can always see this and not necessarily see the code. So what would it look like if I'm actually writing some code here? You'd be able to see down to line, what is that, 366? And my head is covering things. So you'd really only be able to see like this, this much unobstructed code. Can I set the camera to follow a worker? Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, and maybe we want to do that at some point, like follow a worker or customer from time to time. Is this the best way to do things then? Because like I said, I think the game is colorful enough and enticing enough that I want it to be showing constantly. And I think the battle part is pretty important too. And the only way to do that then is to either have it take up less of the screen. So we could do something like this. Wait. Oh God, it's so hard to drag from the bottom. I can't grab it. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, we could do something like that maybe. So yeah, option 1 is just move Skeleseller to the left side. Option 2 is have Skeleseller take up less height on the right. That looks better. You just put this over here. Because then there's very little like town view. I think making it shorter works well. Yeah. Okay. Sure. All right. Let's do that then. All right. So how tall is this? 764-ish. Actually, we could even drop it down to here. Yeah, even that would work. That's pretty good. Let's do that. All right. What's that height? 9. Let's just say 900. 900 is fine. All right. So now instead of a height of that, it's just 900. Cool. All right, we're good on that front. So now we got to go set up all the game situation stuff. So we have skip tutorial here. I changed VS Code, thank you. Because I'm not paying attention, obviously. Okay. So what do we want to do here? We wanted to build probably everything actually, now that I think about it. Right? Yeah, let's do create shop armor weapon create farm create enchanter create fishing pond create recycler create town hall. What else do we have? The tavern, I guess. I think that's it. Yeah, there's the vault, but I don't care about that. Hey, Scholar. All right, let's try just that. So now this should start with every building. Yeah. Okay, it looks good. Now I want to give every adventurer, unlock all adventurers. You have to add the debug feature in the export template. Oh, or I guess we just need to move this down here. But yeah, I probably should add the debug feature so that we get all the cheats. All right, I'll write that down. Export the special build with debug so that I have cheats. All right, what else did I say I wanted here? Builds a few shops, starts auto battling. Yeah, we need auto battling. Sets a camera to a specific location. Okay, so we have create instance, debug create instance, and this lets me pick which adventurers I want and where I want them to fight. So how about we have maybe one adventurer fight in the forest and the others fight in the volcano? Just needs to be a couple of them, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's copy this and put this up here. All right, forest, max number of adventurers. I don't care about. Get first available adventurers for instance dot sample. Let's send 2 people to the forest. Sounds good. And then let's send 4 to the volcano. Yeah, what's the -1? Oh, pick a new slot. Okay, let's try that. Hey, Ramy. Steam is signing in. Yeah, I did see that. Let me just quit this, I guess. All right, I only started 1 battle. And the reason why is because this hadn't finished, I guess. We might need to wait for that. What does this do? Walk to portal, start battle. Does it know that they're available? If they're not in battle. Is this only used here? Oh, yeah. It is. I didn't use the same adventurers, but we don't mark that they're in battle yet, I guess, or something like that. I don't know. This is apparently just debug code, and I expected it to be production code. What's your system in taking down notes in the IDE? How are you able to follow everything that you have written there? The notes that I had over here, you're saying? These were just really, really simple comments, that's all. And we've done this now. Add some customers and adventurers. We did that. We need the customers. Yeah, I just wrote it here because I just needed to read it from somewhere. How do we want to do this then? We don't have another slot. I think the problem is using the new slot for 2 of these things. You know what we could do? We could probably have this instantaneously start the battle, and then they don't need to walk to the portal at all. I wrote something for this, and I only vaguely remember where this is. Starting battles faster. Add this to the end of instance slot. Add party in transit. Yeah. Okay, that might fix that bug. Let's see. Hey, Scoreline, it's going pretty well. I don't mind the pop-up so much, but I probably shouldn't have them there. Okay, cool. This worked. So, is there ever a scenario where they won't win? Like, does any adventurer lose in a one-on-one battle against a bat? I don't think so. So if there's no adventurer that loses in a one-on-one, then there should be no adventurer that could possibly lose in a 2-on-1. And over here, I can't imagine there's any set of 4 adventurers that would lose. Because otherwise we could hard code which adventurers they are. But I don't think it matters. Now we need auto battle on. Auto battle is here. And let's enable that here. I don't know if just by having it on, it's going to automatically set it to auto battle. Oh, here we go. We just set these to true. Okay. Hey, Godzilla. All right, let's take a look. Yep, auto battle is on. So if we speed this up, they should just keep getting into fights infinitely. Perfect. All right, so we've done everything except for add more customers and then maybe have the camera look at something interesting. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Add some customers. All right, let's go do that. Add customer, create customer. There it is. And what's the false? Is rare? Yeah, no, not false. Or not true. Let's create 5 customers. See what that looks like. Hey, Museus. So now we should have 7 customers, all of the adventurers. The battles are started. We should see the customers over here. 1, 2, 3. Presumably there are 4 more, but they're all walking together. Speed this up a little bit. We should see them split apart at some point. I mean, I see some overlap. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We should see 2 more in there somewhere. Maybe not. No, I think we're not seeing 2 more because I'm creating them and then violating the maximum. So the new ones will never be there. But what happens once these leave the town? Will we still have 5? Unfortunately, this will take a very long time. We just need one of them to leave the town. Come on. Oh, there we go. Okay, well, they come right back. Yes. Okay, so you always have 5 then in this case. All right, let's have it be set to 7 then. 0, I is less, sure, whatever. I is less than 7. Okay. Signs are showing. Yeah, I see that. Okay, let's get rid of those. There. And then the only thing I have remaining is just some interesting camera thing going on. Yeah, signs are no longer showing on top of stuff. Oh, we don't have any warehouse slots. Why not? Because I never made the warehouse. Create warehouse. I wonder if we should upgrade any perks. I don't think it really matters. Well, I don't know. The slime having some perks could be interesting. Yeah, maybe let's add some of those. What about the farm? Yeah, we should probably set up the farm too, huh? All right, let's just set up everything. Oh boy. All right, so what do we have to do? Set up perks for the farm and the slime. Then make the camera do something interesting. What else do we have? Yeah, follow a worker or customer. Anything else? No. We have this to-do item as well. All right, set up perks. That should be pretty easy. So we just need to figure out what the perks are called. We want critical eat for sure. And we want that to be set to level 3. We want seek food. What's it called though? Auto eat. We want auto eat to be set to maybe level 2. Yeah. Can you right click a worker and get a menu and just add follow? I could do that, but that's not currently part of the game if you're talking about. If you're wondering if it already is. And then what? Hunger? Faster hunger. Let's add that to level 3. All right, so those are the slime perks. Now we want the farming perks. I want you to have extractor training. And I want the extractor to be on. Extractor dot on toggle. There's no way to set this, is there? Wait, no. Extractor training sets this. How does it do that? Oh, there it is. Just show extractor lever true. Easy. Show extractor level true. Okay, that should work. Did you settle on a good farm plot and harvesting upgrades? Yeah, I think so. I think it's looking pretty good. All right, so this is on by default. So now as they win battles, oh, we don't have enough workers. I forgot about the workers. We could, how many adventures do we have left? 1? Okay, never mind. Yeah, we need some workers. All right, so once they win this battle, let's just click this button. We get some potions. They should bring the potion directly to the extractor, which should plant on the farm. Yes. Good. Perfect. Okay. Hey, Goose. How come you're going to be on the front page of Twitch? Partners can just apply. And I applied 3 months in a row and they rejected me 2 months in a row. And finally accepted me. All right, we need some more workers. I don't know how many, so let's just make 4. And then maybe we also unlock hardworking adventurers. Adventurer. Yeah, there we go. We level the farm too. Probably a little bit, but not much. But I want crop variety for sure. Let's set that to level 4. Probably make them grow a little bit faster. Growth speed, we set to level 1. Thanks, Campbell Soup. And then if we were to upgrade this, would this actually work? Because I don't think this will. I think we need to run this through a different function. But let's see what happens. No, it doesn't. But I'm assuming they can just plant stuff anyway. As though it's got more plots? No, they can't. Yeah, so I need to do this through the farm somehow. Is there a set level function? Yes, there is. Set farm level. Okay, let's just do that. Farm dot set farm level to 3. I think the max is 4. No, the max is 3. Okay, no, I want it to be set to 2 then. That way, if I want to show off some upgrades manually, I still can. And then I also want to see what this turns into when we're running this at max speed. All right, so they're going to plant a bunch of stuff. Will they eventually go harvest it, or will they be too overloaded doing other stuff? Yes, they will go harvest. All right, cool. So the only other thing we need to do is interesting camera work. Will the slime ever eat stuff? Possibly. The workers are currently too efficient, but maybe... No. No. The slime will never eat stuff. We could tweak how many items we get. Oh, wait, maybe? Yeah, it ate 1 there. But it's pretty rare that it's going to eat something. Yeah, it's happened twice in the amount of time I've been looking at it, and I've had this sped up quite a lot. Could make the forest draw more stuff. Yeah, that's one thing we could do. Another thing we could do is turn on loot magnet constantly. Like we fully upgrade this. In fact, maybe that's worthwhile. I don't care too much about that actually. Yeah. Okay, I think this is a good enough thing for a demo. We probably need to increase the maximums here. Set max money. What does this do? It just sets it immediately. Okay, yeah, let's set this to something that's very large that will hopefully never hit. That's pretty good. And then I also want to set the max sludge. Yeah, that's the same way. Okay. So I don't know what the average money intake is here. But let's run this for, I don't know, 10 seconds or something. Actually wait for them to sell things though. Yeah, okay, so let's take a look. It's at like 120. We count for a bit. It goes up to, let's be very liberal here and say it ended at 1,000 gold after 10 seconds. So yeah, even if we got 100 gold per second, this would be this divided by 100 divided by 60, 166 minutes. Yeah, so after 3 hours, we'll hit the max, and it wasn't that fast. So it's probably going to take like the entire stream. And even if it did, we're probably going to launch this more than once. So it'll get reset back to 0. All right, so next up is the camera stuff that I said. Set up perks, make the camera do something interesting. All right, so what do we want for the camera? We could say like every 30 seconds, follow someone for 10 seconds. And then for the remaining 20, like pick a random-ish spot and look there. Why not set max money higher? Yeah, we could do that. It's not something I'm really worried about, but yeah, adding another 9 would make it take even longer. Welcome in, Valley. Yeah, so is this something that's good, or should we mostly have it following someone? So what would it even look like? If it's following a customer, they're always walking around. We should probably only have it follow customers then. Yeah, because workers could be stuck here waiting. Well, actually, that could be interesting. Well, no, I like the idea of them following customers. However, I also kind of like the idea of it zooming out and showing you the whole town every once in a while. So maybe like a half and half kind of thing. Half the time it's following a customer, half the time it's oh, but the customers leave town, which means at some point we'd just be following them walking out of town. Maybe we don't make them leave town then. Leave town. Yeah. This might break things though if I make them never leave town. Yeah, what if we just delete this? That's it? That's the only place we call leave town? Oh no, sorry. There's one more. Here, what is this? Seek specific item. If they couldn't ever get the item they want, this should never happen because we're always getting all the items. So we can just turn this off, I think. Is this main menu autoplay? This is for the Twitch front page on Wednesday. So it's very similar to a main menu autoplay kind of thing. But it's so that I can always have this running on the stream, and that way new people who come in can still get an idea of what this game is about. Oh, wait, there's one more problem, I guess. If we only follow customers, you'll never see them harvest crops, right? Oh, they're already completely clogged here anyway. Oh. We could add more customers and more item slots. Like, what if we upgrade this once? Is that enough for them to go harvest crops? I guess it all depends on customers not leaving town. I should just relaunch this whole thing. Item stacking. Yeah, I guess we could have item stacking on. That I'm going to hold off on, I think. But let's go back to the town here and let's make it so that the item shop or the potion shop gets leveled up. Upgrade shops. Here it is. Shop.upgrade shop. Okay. And then set extractor training. Yeah. So we'll put this here. Get shop matching category, item category dot potion. So we'll upgrade it once. And let's try this. So now customers never leave town. Be cool if the camera did an occasional handover between passing NPCs. Yeah, that does sound neat, but I'm going to do this in a pretty basic way because this just needs to be for visual interest. Remember, the whole goal of this, sorry, I wasn't super clear about this. If you go to the Twitch front page right now, let me make sure this isn't going to show something bad. Give me a sec. Okay, yeah. So if you go to the Twitch front page, here's what it looks like. There's a carousel of videos on the top. And if you find whatever this person's doing interesting, you might click into their video. But otherwise, you're probably just going to go onto your following bar, or type in the search bar or something, and you're probably going to mostly ignore these people. So the whole point of this is just that in the like 10 seconds you have on this page, maybe that you're like, oh, that looks like an interesting stream. It's can we draw you in? And I don't think people are going to pay super close attention to what's happening. They'll just be like, oh, that's a colorful looking game. What's going on there? So that's what we're trying to capture here. Camera could focus on the farm and pond for a bit. Yeah. Well, I think if we zoom out to like a sort of a full view like this, well, I guess you won't be able to see this because we're going to make the window smaller. But if we zoom out to like this, you might be able to still see the farm. But yeah, let's speed this up and let's just see how often do they harvest crops anyway. So it's happened twice so far. That's the third, fourth. Yeah, so it's pretty rare. And it's mostly because they're stuck trying to sell potions. Let's just make the forest drop fewer potions. Yeah, we'll just have it always drop one potion. There. So now they should be able to farm more often. Not that it matters too much, but I just think it adds a little bit more visual interest. All right, we'll speed this up and we'll take a look. How often do they harvest? Okay. More frequently so far. Are they going to do that again? Yes. Yeah, cool. Because they're not currently clogging up the shop with potions. Yeah, this is pretty good. All right. A good amount of stuff happening here. Yeah, I think that's nice. The slime will never get used, unfortunately. It's pretty much one or the other. Yeah. Well, maybe they'll get used, but it'll be very rare. But yeah, this was pretty good. Although actually we want to make a perk that would make the slime eat from the warehouse. Okay. Let's go make the camera follow some people. Yeah, I think we'll just pick a time where the camera is gonna follow some customer, and then we'll pick a time when the camera is gonna just zoom out. All right, so I think camera has a concept of a tracking entity. Yeah, here it is, entity to track. Well, that's pretty easy to do. What's the goal of the front page showcase? Promotion for the game or promotion for the Twitch channel? Just the game. Yeah, just marketing for Skeleseller. I don't really want too many people to be watching the stream because I find that it's hard to be productive if I'm also interacting constantly. It will naturally market the channel a little bit too. I'll be doing some dev work on that day. All right, so I don't want to do this. We want to track how long the camera has been looking at a particular thing. I'm just going to code this stuff here. None of this is going to be checked in code. So let's just do double like time since camera change. All right, so now in process, we're going to say time since camera change plus equal delta. And if time since camera change is greater than, let's say 15. Again, I don't know what numbers these should be. So now let's check if the camera has an entity to track. Or how about if it doesn't have an entity to track, then go find a customer. So there's some way to get customers here. Is there just a get customers? No. But there's some way to do this. I don't remember where. Somewhere we get all of the workers, right? Entity type dot worker. Ah, there it is. Get entities of type. Workers. Ah. So I want the customers. And we don't have something like that, right? Nope. Okay, that's fine. All right, so if it's null, get all the customers. Customers equals this, and then sample one of them. All right, and if cannot implicitly convert from node to node 2D, yeah, sure, that's fine. All right, and if this was not null, then set it to null. Oh, and then also set its position. Oh, which means you got to go figure out what position we want it set to. And we can have this pan over time, right? Pan to location over time. All right, how about we just take it at the portal, and then what is the second parameter? The zoom level? Allow changing zoom. Oh, drat, we can't set the zoom then. All right, let's set the zoom over here. Zoom. There is no set zoom. Seriously. I know I can just change it directly, but there's got to be some other thing that happens here, and I don't think we ever do this. I think there is a set zoom that's private. We can just make this public. And then call set zoom from here. I want it to be zoomed out pretty far, but maybe not as far as possible. What are the zoom values? 1, 1.5, 2. Okay, so what is it zoomed out all the way? This is zoomed out all the way. This is zoomed in one tick more. And if we want to show... There's no real way to do this, is there? We'd have to zoom out all the way. Yeah, we have to zoom out all the way and then center the camera like there-ish. Let's try that. Where is that on the trail, though? Town. All right, there is like negative 75, 200. All right, so negative 75, 200. Negative 75, 200. Okay. And then allow changing zoom. Say false. All right, so it's gonna be 15 seconds on an entity and then 15 seconds on just a static location. That might look a little too static, but let's try it out. Yeah. So after, it's gonna wait 15 seconds before even doing that. There we go. All right, I don't know what it's doing because it's very, very slowly moving the camera. Weird. That must be panda location over time doing something strange. But now it should follow an entity. It's not doing that. Oh, it is. Oh, this is super messed up. Are there benefits to using C# and Godot, or is it just preference? I mean, you gain all of C#'s power. So GDScript hasn't had great typing in the past. It's getting better and better. You also would gain some performance improvements potentially from using C#. And then what else? Yeah, any other shortcomings that you might feel with GDScript. In general, I think it's preference. And I think if you're using GDScript, it's probably fine. Set a bit of an offset to the location to make it pan to another offset over those 15 seconds. Yeah, I think this entity to track stuff, though, is broken here. This should call center camera. Hmm. What is this doing if not for just panning over? Yeah, it's 3 seconds. Huh. I wonder if I'm missing something here. Because it didn't seem like the entity tracking was working. How about we just set that? If camera.entity to track is null, then just do this. Oh, and I guess that's part 2. And then delete this. So does it know how to follow a customer? I don't know why it wouldn't. We use this at the beginning of the game for workers. Oh wait, we couldn't control zoom if we do that. Yeah, something weird is going on. It thinks it's following one of these, I think. Oh, it is following them. Oh. Okay. And I can't control the zoom at that point. We should change the zoom manually. Wait, so then why was that so weird when I was doing this in the actual game? Oh, because we never set the time to change back to 0. Yeah, of course. Time since camera change equals 0. And then set the zoom to something bigger. Let's try 3. All right, let's see how that is. So I assume what was happening originally is that it was tracking a customer and just doing that weirdly somehow. I don't know how though. All right, so it's following a customer, then 15 seconds passes, it goes back to here. Then it follows a customer, then 15 seconds pass and it goes back to here. Yeah. Okay, so I like that, but I think the ratio should be changed. I think we should probably follow a customer more of the time than not. So how about, first of all, we start this value at 99999 or whatever. So the very first thing it's going to do is track a customer. So we'll say double time required to change camera is going to be entity to track is null. So if it's null, we want to find it pretty quickly. If it's not null, we want to find it pretty slowly. All right, so that changes the ratios to a 1-to-3 ratio. Which, again, I'm making up numbers here. I don't know if this is going to look good. But let's try it out now and see what happens. So it's tracking a customer, but it's tracking a customer that's not even on the screen yet. So it's going to kind of look like it's doing nothing until they make it to like here, maybe. Yeah, now they're actually moving the camera with them. So we're watching this. Then it pans over to here. Then it goes back to this. It's not smooth camera movement. It almost makes me wonder if like all we should be doing is looking at individual customers. But I guess the customers don't have a whole lot of interest until the farm is filled. Hmm. Yeah, I don't like those abrupt movements. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm just gonna have it track customers and maybe workers. Yeah. So we only ever track entities, and sometimes it'll pick a worker. And the worker should never really just be standing there, but if it is, it's okay. Yeah, okay. So the time to require to change camera, we just delete this. We set this to 15, sure. Or even a random number that we decide, at plus or minus 5 seconds. All right, so get the entity to track. Just set this here. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. All right, so this gets a customer, but every once in a while we might want to find a worker. So maybe we say something like if stack computations dot percent chance 50% to find a worker. I don't know, again, whether this matters too much. Okay, so if workers dot count greater than 0. All right, this will still abruptly change between where we're looking. And it won't ever let me override the camera. Overriding the camera is very important because I want to be able to see something else. Like I said, I can't do that right now. So it's following a worker. It might choose the same worker for more than 15 seconds in a row. And I guess right now workers don't have a whole lot that they're doing. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is pretty nice. I guess workers are probably less interesting than customers. So let's have it only track a worker maybe like 10% of the time. Yeah. All right, let's get this seeded a little bit. I'm just gonna have it do this. Great, it followed a worker. Okay, now let's slow it down. We're watching a customer stand there. They're not even really stocking shops right now. Is it because we got a bunch of weaklings in battle? And I think I wanted to track them for longer. So instead of 15 seconds, maybe like 45 seconds on the same thing. Or maybe if the entity to track is null or the entity to track is equal to a worker. How would I even check that? Get component entity type component. Okay, in that case, I want it to be a shorter amount of time. And in the customer case, I want it to be a longer amount of time. All right, that should be everything that I want now. So rarely it's going to track workers. And it's especially rare now because when it's not tracking a worker, it's going to stay on them for 45 seconds. So 1 out of every, what is that going to be equal to? 50, I don't know, like 7 minutes. Once out of every 7 minutes, it's going to actually track a worker. And it's going to stay on whatever customer it's following for quite a long time. Yeah, I have it sped up to an 8x speed. So it's going to be 6 seconds on each adventurer because that's really 48 seconds in real time. And yeah, most of the time the customers aren't going and doing anything all that interesting. Should we maybe make a bit more in terms of potions drop? There. All right, that's it. I'm done. We're not going to make any other changes. I think this is probably good enough. And maybe we even test this out today and have this running and just see if more people come into the stream as a result of having this game open. Drop more potions and have more workers. I just didn't want workers to necessarily be idle. And the more potions we have, the more they would end up idling. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm happy with this. All right, so we got to export this build. And we got to export it with a debug flag and then save everything we have in a stash somewhere or on a branch. Maybe put it on a branch. All right, so how do we export with the debug flag? I've never done this. I know we can click export and then check export with debug, but I don't think that makes it a debug build. Yeah, I don't know. Testing? Features tab? Should just be able to write debug in there. All right, let's try that out. I don't know if we also need to check this. What does this do? How about we don't check that and we see what happens. How long have I been working on it? For about a year. Welcome in, Empro. Yeah, and then I'll write a note about how to do this. Godot engine debug. I don't have this written down here. This will just affect the OS that has feature. Got it. Where did I write about this though? I have a bunch of Godot notes. All right, let's go try to find the Godot notes. I got to do this off screen for a sec. Give me a sec. Godot. There it is. Okay, so we're going to search here for debug. Or no, has feature. Has feature. That did not show up. What about underscore? That does show up. Exporting builds from Godot. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. All right, let's go write that down over there. Exporting builds from Godot has feature. I'm going to determine if I was using a debug build, and that's easy. When exporting, just make sure not to export a debug build. That's not even true. When exporting, if you want this debug feature to exist, just type debug into the features tab. Yeah. I'll put a picture of this here. Oops, open the wrong thing. $500. There we go. You put everything you did behind its own feature flag so you easily gate and use it in the future. Yeah. Yeah, I want to keep this on another branch. That way if we do want it in the future, we can use it. And if we do want it in the future, we'll also probably know how often we want it. Because I can apply to be on the Twitch front page, I think every 90 days, which if it's the same lag time as before, that really means every 5 months or maybe 6 months will actually be on the front page. So like twice a year. It's probably worth keeping this around for that, but I don't know about sort of officially supporting it. What was the next thing I wanted to do here? Oh yeah, test that build. Game out Mac. So this should be the one from just now, right? 1026, yes. Good. Okay, so let's put this in temp. Replace. And again, it should be this one, right? Yes, good. And then we open this up. And then we open that app. So this should have the custom title, should have all the custom stuff in it. Oh, I forgot to allow overriding the camera. Ugh. Okay, yeah, whoops. But we should have the debug menu in here at least. In fact, I could just turn off the camera thing in a debug menu if I want to. No, this is broken. In fact, it like super thoroughly broke. We don't have the debug menu. We don't have even the start of game stuff happening. Does that mean we need to export with debug? What else would have broken this? We key everything off of whether we're in debug, right? We don't use the editor thing. Let me take a look at that. It went right into the game. Okay, so no, that means the debug flag is defined. We didn't even get to the title screen, right? Yeah, no title screen means we do have the debug flag set. So then something else is breaking, but how? Well, let's run it from the command line, I suppose. Open skeleseller.app. Is it printing the console? No. cd skeleseller / contents Mac OS Skeleseller. Okay, now it should print an error to the console. Not all component IDs are used by a component. Why is it even running? Runtime validator 35. What's responsible for calling this? If it doesn't have the debug flag, then return. os.has feature. Wait. Isn't this backwards? No, this isn't backwards. How's that? This going on in the corner? Well, when you do other kinds of streams, music. Yeah, that's true. That's a good idea. This means that something's failing to validate. What is it that's failing here? Does it say? No. What happened with this? It's like we're pruning some component out. Found component IDs is not equal to all the valid ones. I mean, we could print all the IDs. But why doesn't this happen when I run the game? Component ID. All right, and what is it looking for? Get all component types. Is this some reflection thing? It is. Okay, well then let's print this stuff out. Because heck, if I'm going to try to figure this out myself right now. All right, found component ID, done. Now just import this. And then I want to export all this stuff. I want to figure out what's going on here. Let's just do it through the script. Export all builds from Godot. It's in the tools folder. Except for I don't want to export all builds. I just want the Mac build. So get rid of these. There we go. Accidentally popped a switch off my keyboard. Gotta wait for this to finish. The reason I did it through this script is because it'll put it in the right location so that I can now run open without having to copy, paste, unzip, load. Oh, this doesn't open it from... It doesn't open it from the terminal. Well, it does, but it doesn't open it in such a way that I can see the output. I should probably change that script. And weirdly enough, oh, there it goes. Yeah. I expected this to be broken still, but I also wanted to see the output. So let's go open that up. Open Mac. How does this work? It calls open. Not anymore. It's not going to do that. We're going to do this. Contents, Mac OS, Skeleseller. All right, let's try that now. Does that give us the output? Yes, nice. Okay, so now we should be able to figure out what's going wrong here. So we have 29 components and we expected 30. Yep. That's weird. Did we delete one? Maybe we don't expect 30. How many of these do we have? 31. Oh, I was counting. I was removing one for none, but we don't remove one. All right. What might happen to be the problem here? So let's do that, and let's alphabetize these, and then let's put this over to there. How do we do that? Whoops. There we go. And let's figure out what's different. So adventure, animated, battle. Yep. Disappears at battle stage end. Yep, yep, yep. This is flip, grid info, health, held item, helper component. Helper component is not present. So there's one. Summon navigation, nav speed, regeneration, secondary helper component. Oh, these are test things. Oh, does that mean we're building test code and shipping that? Oh God. This revealed a problem I didn't even know we had. How do we not have that happen? Or wait, is the other way around? It's the other way around, I think. Oh God. Right? I think helper component is only used. Yeah, it's in the test. Oh no. Why? Oh, God. Test code is behind pound debug. Can't search for that. If I do that. Oh, there's an if def debug or something like that. I don't even know what the syntax for that is. If debug, yeah, not if def. So informative. Want to say thank you for not hiding these. I'm glad it's helping because I'm just archiving them for the sake of archiving them. And I know some people watch them, but I don't know what the value really is. So if debug, we define these things. So this is why we happen to need the debug build. So if I were to just check this box, then presumably everything would work. Note that exporting with the debug feature is not the same as exporting such that C# if debug will work. For that, you need to check export with debug. I'm not even sure if what I'm writing is true. Failed to build. Oh, great. And I'm guessing it failed to build because of something to do with the test. Cannot find a part of the path. Export release. Oh God, I don't care. I'm not even gonna. Yeah, we need to change some code. Before I forget, let's copy paste this and write this as something to save. Save this in open Mac build or whatever it's called. Yeah, because that's a good thing to have on main. Possible fix for export builds here. Don't we have a, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to ignore that for now. I'm going to just have it ignore these things. Maybe we should just get rid of the helper components altogether. Or can we check if it's exported? Maybe what we could do is just get rid of the validation in that case. Where is that? Component validator? Darn it, where's that code? I forgot where it is. It's there, component validator, yeah. I must have just typed something wrong. Validate all components have IDs. And this gets called from here. So just don't validate this stuff if we also have the export flag, maybe. Can we check if something's been exported? We can check if it's not running from the editor. Yeah, there should be a feature for that. Godot editor feature. Managing editor features. I don't think this is what it's called. Detect if run through edit. Oh, this won't even work. I want to detect if we're running on an exported build. We could just add a flag for that. Yeah, good, yeah. Detect if running on exported build. Check if game is exported. Has feature standalone. Or editor. I don't know what this is going to print when I do this here. gd.print. All right, let's do that. Oh, has feature needs to be capitalized. All right, so when I run this myself through VS Code, what does that print? It prints false. Okay, so it's false from VS Code. It should be false from Godot. But then when I export it, it should be true. Yeah, okay. False from both of those. And then so if it's, oh God, how do I want to do this? I'll write it out this way, is on debug build. Only run validators on debug builds, so we don't break release builds. But not on exported debug builds. Exported is on exported build. So I want to return. Docs say exported builds have a template flag. I don't see standalone one. Oh, maybe it's changed. Just give a sec. It says standalone as a quotation marks. Yeah, default features. Wait, docs say there's a template. Running on a non-editor export template build. So all we really care about is that we're not on debug build or we're on an exported build. Yeah. All right, let's try that. So now this should run. Running validators and skipping validators. Okay. So it's running them here. Should also be running them here. Ah, back already. All right, yeah. What's the problem? I'm just trying to figure out how to detect that we're running from an exported build. Yep, this is running the validators. Okay, so now we export from this. Export all builds. Let me close out of the many instances of Skeleseller we have running. And then we need to allow for camera overrides. Yeah. Good progress. I guess so. The kind of sucky thing is that I'm working on a feature really just for Wednesday and not even that's going to get checked into the game. But I think it is pretty necessary for Wednesday. So if I look at this as I'm making a marketing feature, then it's worthwhile. But yeah, it's not really improving the game. Okay, cool. Look, so we have everything except for the camera override working. Perfect. So we should probably check in what I just did there too. So this is skipping the validators and it should say that. Yeah, it is. When running on the editor, there's the editor flag. Yeah, but I wasn't sure if that would happen when running through VS Code. But yeah, so I think we're going to want this code too. Stuff to save from the special branch. There's that. This goes in here, this code. And now just camera overrides. That's all we need. We don't need these. All right, camera override. How do we want to do this? There are a couple ways we can do it. One is keep track in the town. Actually, I'm just going to do it the fastest way. So let's not even try to list what way is best. We'll just go to here. And if you... I want to turn this off. Actually, maybe this is not smart. What I want to do here. Let me think about this because Overriding it probably shouldn't permanently override it, right? It should just override it for like 60 seconds and then turn the stuff back on. So maybe we have like a private void handle auto camera, double delta. So we move all this code up to there. Handle auto camera delta. I wonder if that just imported something. Yes. All right, and we just don't want to do this if we have the auto camera stuff off. So yeah, let's just make a public bool somewhere. Didn't I already add one of these? Yeah, I added this here. Can we tell you're out of focus mode? Yeah, I'll show you in just a sec. Public bool handle, or like automatically handle camera equals, I guess, get set equals true. Okay, so there's that. Now in process, we're going to put this here. If this, then do that. And if we ever turn this off, we want to reset private bool automatically handle camera. Okay. All right, so get just returns that. Set should do this equals value. And if we turn this off, then camera.entity to track equals null. Closing brace should be followed by a blank line. Field keyword can have initializers. Okay. All right, so then the only thing we need is for the camera to know that we want to move this thing. Camera doesn't have access to the town though, does it? No, it doesn't. Well, there's a started dragging. But can player move? The only reason this would be false is if we have an entity to track. And we only really care when we're dragging anyway. I wonder if just on clicking, it should just turn itself off. Let me see if we can detect that from here. We have right clicking. I could just make it so that right clicking turns this off for a bit. Yeah, automatically handle camera equals not automatically handle camera. All right, let's try that. And I guess no matter what we did, we can set time since last camera change equals a very large number. This is probably the fastest way to do this. So the camera should be locked by default. I can't drag it anywhere, but when I right click, I am now able to drag it. And if I right click again, it's going to snap to another customer again. Okay, so that's good enough, I think. Yeah, so I right click here, it's going to follow a customer. I want to move it, I can't, but I right click and now I can move it anywhere. Right click, it follows another customer. So I can have it track different things by just right clicking a couple times. How peaceful. Now I'll probably go insane if I have the music playing for 8 hours on Wednesday, but we could also have sound effects or something here too. But I think that's all gonna be too much. Maybe if I'm on a break or something, I could have that happen. No, I think I'll have it turned off. Okay, well, we coded pretty much everything. So allow for camera overrides done. I think I have that written somewhere in the code over here. No, did I not? Skip tutorial. Oh, I must have deleted it. Okay, so that's finished. There's only one last thing to do functionality-wise, and we just need to save things off. So let's export this. This should be the final build. Also, its title should be, whatever. Yeah, export. All right, so the only thing we need to do is figure out where this thing opens from. Yeah. Sorry, Matt. I meant to explicitly come back to that, but yes, you're exactly right. So where does this get opened from? Unzip path is set to temp delete me. All right, so this and this. This is what we want to launch from Lua from here. Can we type in a full path and that'll just work? I sure hope so. And let me just delete this. And I should probably save this script off too. Save everything I have in a branch. Maybe write a README about this or something. Second, monitor town simulator. Yeah, the camera control definitely could be. But there's a lot of other stuff going on here too. All right, so now we open this up. Make sure that we got all this working. Yeah. And I'll just try to remember. In fact, let's not try to remember anything. Let's just write it down for Wednesday. Twitch front page. Remember Command Shift Alt Control 5 to set everything up. Then right click to override camera. Yeah. All right, nice. And I have my cheat menu over here too. I can add workers and customers and items. I can upgrade stuff. Oh, this is going to auto save once every 5 minutes, which means we're going to have, it doesn't matter. I don't care. I'll just remember that too. Okay, so what do I need to do now? I need to just press the shortcut on my keyboard and it should just work. No, wait, no, it won't because I forgot to reload. Whoops. All right, let's try this again. It's loading. Okay, it's reloaded. So now I press the shortcut. It says no Skeleseller window found, but it should have made it, right? If it's nil, oh, we have a return there. Wait, it didn't open it though. Okay, how do you start an application in Hammerspoon? What is this part of? Application launcher focus. Okay, where's application? There it is. Launch or focus. How do you do this? Launches the app with a given name or activates it if it's currently running. Name, a string containing the name of the application. It can also be a full path, including the .app suffix. Oh, so we don't path to the binary? Does that work now? Okay, let's try. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? No. Yeah, it might not expand the tilde. That was the other part. We can expand that ourselves, though. Git cd. Yeah. Well, let's try that now. Oh, okay. It launched it this time. And then we just press this again, and it should make it take up half the screen. Perfect. We've gotten it all working. Now I guess we can get rid of the other stuff I got rid of here. Format Twitch chat, whatever else. We should probably also bring this to the foreground. How would we do that? Skeleseller window focus. I just want to raise it. Yeah, let's try that out. Tip system will also be disabled in that build. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's say that's in the background and I run this thing. It should bring it to the foreground. It didn't. What does raise do? Window. I remember there being some oddities with raise. Bring a window to the front without focusing it. Fine, let's call focus. Oh, hey, sorry. I've totally been ignoring YouTube chat. I don't know if you're still there, Byte, but I have the theme command. It's the Atom One Dark Vivid, yeah. My bad, my bad. Okay, so let's try that again. Whoops, let's actually press the right keys this time. Hey, nice, it focused it. Okay, cool. All right, and we can drag these things back and forth. I don't know if there's a position we'd want this at. Yeah, either way, my fat head's gonna be covering this up. Hey, Kaval, how you doing? Oh, we're following a worker now. Neat. Except for shouldn't it switch away pretty quickly? Yes, it should. What's a Lua file? You put a tongue face, so I'm not sure if you're serious, but Lua is a scripting language. It's very easily embeddable into other binaries. So a lot of games choose to do this just to have like a really low footprint and allow scripting as a front end without having to recompile all of your code every time. So in this case, it's not that we're recompiling anything. This is part of Hammerspoon, which is an automation framework for Mac. So this code is all very simple. We're finding a window. We're making sure that it's a certain size. We're finding another window. We're making sure it's a certain size. And that's pretty much it. So if I were to, let's say I resize this, I can show you what the script does from start to finish. So I resize this, I resize this. When I press this shortcut, it's going to put them back to exactly that layout it was just at before. So now no matter where I am on my computer, I can press this shortcut and be like, oh yeah, here's what Skeleseller is all about. I think that it would be smarter to put the forest battle on the right side. Yeah. Ugh. Gotta rebuild to do all that. All right, let's do that though. So how are we gonna change this? We say instance ID here. We do this here. We get rid of these from here. We put this at the bottom. And then we start this build. And that way, the volcano battle, which is slightly more interesting because it has 4 adventurers, is what's going to be there on the side. Yeah. All right, now we do all the export nonsense. Maybe third instance. The thing is, a third instance won't even show up unless I start another battle. Or sorry, unless I move the battle windows, because we can only show 2 at once. So if I do want to show off fishing, I can just manually start the fishing battle. That would also let me show off the battle map too. All right, there was some other thing I had written down here. What is it? Should have some kind of a hotkey that'll do this. Okay, we're done with that. And then definitely have the Skeleseller command in the title and on screen at all times. All right, we got to figure out where we're going to put that then, because we don't have a lot of space. Definitely want the keyboard cam. I still want my face cam. I guess we can put it like way up there somewhere. All right, nice. This worked. Title of the window. I don't know how many people will see that. All right, so I'm going to launch this. It says no Skeleseller window found. It should probably just say run this again. Yeah. Launch Skeleseller. Run. Press the hotkey again. Decide. Sure. I'm waiting for it to reload. It takes a very long time. There we go. All right, so here we have it. Oh, here's something I hadn't considered. If the warrior's in the battle, then the battles are going to take a very long time to restart because the warrior has a taunt ability. So they're always going to die. We could kind of temporarily fix this by just leveling up the warrior a couple of times and then giving them the skill that makes them take less damage. Where's that skill? Yeah, here. In fact, let's just debug, give them another point. All right, now stop that battle and turn on auto battle. Okay, let's see how this works. Well, then the paladin, I guess, takes damage too. All right, warrior, show me what you got. When you taunt, you now take like 8 damage at a time. Yeah. All right, we'll keep that sort of thing in mind. Although if we just restart this, it's going to have a different party setup anyway. Alternatively, we could just change the party around. We could just be like, get rid of the paladin, put the archer in, and call start on this. Except for that started in the forest for some reason. Why did that happen? I think that's a bug in the actual game. Oh no, we don't have the volcano unlocked. That's why it happened. Oh, because this is supposed to be impossible. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's just a problem from cheating. Yeah, that's fine. Not worth fixing. Okay. We'll make some little tweaks like this then on the day of, in case we get some weird party or something. I think it's okay. All right. Just a problem from cheating. Hey, Toulouse. So I'm going to have to get used to working in just half of my screen. And I have two screens, and I have to get used to working on just my right screen. So I have to work on just a half of one of my screens. So a quarter of my screen real estate. I think it'll be okay. Maybe we zoom out a little bit. All right, let's go save all this in a branch. Then we should push the branch too. Let's take a look at what we have here. Custom feature, debug, spawn different amounts of potions and stuff, make something public. Yeah, I don't think any of this stuff is super critical. Yeah. Yeah, these are all pretty straightforward changes. Make customers not leave the town. This isn't needed. Yeah, nice. Hey, Mars. Okay, let's check this all in on a new branch. So let's go back to here, get checkout dash B. What should we call this? Automatic. Maybe just Twitch front page. Auto camera. Yeah, that. Sure. Okay. And I'll say like add scenario for Twitch front page. This makes it so that on launching the game, we have an interesting scenario playing out in Skeleseller. For example, we create a couple of battles, set up some automation, and automatically pan the camera around, or like automatically move the camera around. This was all done incredibly hackily just to get things up and running for the next time I'm on the Twitch front page, which is in 2 days. So commit that. Now publish this branch for sure. I don't want to lose this code. And then we probably need a README or something. Yeah, we probably do. Okay, fine. All right, so we're back on main. Let's go save a front page README thingy. We'll just put this over there. Twitch front page and auto camera.md. Overview. So it is today, 2 days before I'm about to be on the Twitch front page. I wanted to have the game on screen at all times with an interesting scenario running so that people who are just browsing the front page would be more likely to drop in and ask about the game I'm making. How to build / run. So it's just make any changes you would normally make to the game. Add more workers or whatever. Export the Mac build via, what's that called? Tools / that. Yeah, close all that stuff. Start doing half screen today to try to get used to it. Yeah, I probably should. All right, let's try it. So export via this, then unzip the build via whatever the other one's called. So that the hammer spoon script will work. And then launch the game. Close the game. You can now launch through the hammer spoon script. Should I check in that script? Yeah, probably. I clean this up and then check it in. I think that's fine. Okay, this sets up my whole stream for the Twitch front page such that we showcase Skeleseller. In short, it makes VS Code take the left half of the screen, Skeleseller take the right half. It also launches Skeleseller if it doesn't already running. Wow, thanks AI. Saved me a lot of typing. All right, the rest of this stuff is fine. I don't think I'm going to write any extra comments. I think this is pretty much a-okay. Yeah, and we could clean some of this up. Like, I could have it figure out what half of my screen is and not just hard-coded numbers, but I don't really care. Yeah. All right, that's good enough then. So let's go check. Ooh, why are there all of these changes? Emojis. I added fish. Okay, sure. Let's check in some text expansions. Add text expansions. All right, what are we doing here? Init, we have shorts helper and Skeleseller stuff. Okay, so add more hammer spoon scripts. One is for, or yeah, they're both very custom scenarios for resizing windows, mostly for resizing windows. Okay, Z shell RC changed. We escaped this correctly and we put in ignore case. Yeah, so fix some minor Z shell RC issues. And then this plist changed. Action text. I don't know what this is. Update a plist file. I don't know why this changed or what this does. Yeah. Then push. You don't have permission to push. Well, let's do that from the command line then. Code Adam's apple push. So it's going to switch auth for me, and then I auth switch back. Now we're good. Man, I was trying to figure out the most ridiculous problem yesterday. So I have a Hue bridge on my network, and it's for controlling the lights. So it's what responds to this. So if I click this, you should see my face change a little bit. Yeah, it just turned off the lights in the room, and I click this, and it sets it back to what it was. Anyway, this is my mini PC, nfc2.bot.land. That's my mini PC, and I've got a server running on there. All this is totally fine. It's working, obviously, because you just saw me use it. Yesterday, I tried testing something out. So I tried, instead of running this on my mini PC, I ran it on this computer, and I ran my server thing. So I just ran python server.py, and it said no route to host. And after a lot of debugging, what I found out is that from iTerm, this doesn't work. From terminal, it does work. Now, the only explanation I have for this is that iTerm doesn't have the local network permission, which is a new thing they added in Mac Sequoia, so that you can't just arbitrarily fetch devices on your network without having this permission. The problem is iTerm does have this permission. And when I tried it from terminal, it said it doesn't have this permission and asked for it. So I hit the allow button and it worked. So I'm like, why? I still don't know why this didn't work from iTerm. And I think it had to do with that permission somehow being checked, but not really working or something. So I have no other reason why literally the exact same script would work. And from iTerm, I could ping the device. So it's not like the IP was wrong or something. And it was the same script either way. Spawn a subprocess, use shell as bash. It helps. But that's still, I'm not looking for a workaround. I'm looking for why didn't this, like, what was the reason why this didn't work? Because my workaround was just, I could just use terminal and it worked totally fine. But like, what was wrong here? Was it an OS bug? Was it, I mean, it had to be an OS level thing or an iTerm specific thing. I don't think iTerm has anything to do with firewalls or anything. But yeah, it's very weird. Hey, Omitsu. Silly, but did you try taking the permission out and try to get it to work again? Yes, but from what I read online, the only way that changing the permission so that it's off actually gets it to work is if you log out. So I did not log out, but I did toggle it off and then back on. You should be able to turn it on while you're logged in, but you should only be able to turn it off after logging out, I guess. Maybe use a Z shell. Terminal uses bash. This shell matters a lot. But the thing, okay, hang on one second. Engage privacy mode. What's going on? Engage privacy mode. Ah, there we go. Okay, hang on one sec. Let me take a look really fast. It's going to show some private stuff, which is why I'm doing this. Security. Give me a sec. Actually, I guess I can show this again. Where is this? Local network. Here it is. Okay, so here's what I have in my local network settings. I have iTerm is checked, and there's nothing shell specific here. So like whether it's Z shell or bash shouldn't make a difference. It should just matter, excuse me, which application is calling this. So yeah, I don't have an explanation for why that happened. By the way, in researching this, apparently a bunch of other people are having problems with this stuff too. There's no way to like manually set these things up. Google Chrome takes up like 6 entries here. Other people are having the same problem. So I assume it's some Mac bug, and I just gave up and started using terminal for that. Oh well, such is life. Sometimes you run into these problems. It just took an outsized amount of time for something I was doing that was very, very basic. And I kept thinking, oh, this must be how I'm using the library wrong, until I finally just wrote a very basic Python script with one line in it that just requested the thing I was trying to request. All right, so what else do I have here? The hammer spoon script. We can go get that, right? I made this public. Adam's apple. Yeah. So we should see the new change I just added in here. Yeah, okay. So let's get this canonical link. Game not visible. Oh my God, yeah. We probably need something like that, honestly. Oh man. All right, the hammer spoon script being this. Okay, now let's get this thing. Hook mod command to hammer spoon. Just give Toulouse a way to like re-lay out my screen. The thing is, if I'm going to do that, I would just make it so I can't get away from this screen. Like every 5 seconds, it just sets itself back to this. Which might not be a bad idea. We should probably hide this menu, right? No, maybe not. I wonder if we should change the game scale. No, that's a bad idea. Hey, need job. I like the name. All right, so we did this. Save everything I have in a branch. We did that. Now stuff to save from the branch. We want this in open Mac build. Good toggle menu to show or hide. Yeah, I think the last thing we need is some text up here saying this is Skeleseller, like wish list on Steam, something like that. And I'm going to do that through OBS, not through the game. All right, so this goes down here. Good. So that one's done. The next thing is this. This goes into validate everything. And we put this here and get rid of that stuff. And probably clean up the comment for this. On release builds, we won't have test specific classes, which will fail at least one validator. And don't run on exported builds. Wait, so it doesn't matter whether it's debug or not. Well, I guess it kind of does. Yeah. Yeah. Exported a debug build for someone to try out. Okay. Let's go check this in. So what do we do? This one is stop running validators on exported builds. See the comment for why I did this. Could put this all behind an if debug. Actually, that's true. But for now, I'm going to stick with this, I think. Just go the easy, lazy route. This is going to be modify the script to open a Mac build. It now logs to the terminal from which you launched the script. And then this is add a readme about the special branch I made. Whew. So last thing we got to do is put a banner up here. Let's add a label. Skeleseller banner. Okay. Yeah. So what are we gonna say here? This is the game I'm making. Skeleseller. No, we should probably just say like Skell for more info. Yeah. All right. Now we move this and shrink this. Probably shrink it some more. I want it to fit within the window. It's probably like 120. Yeah, sure. Okay, now we need a shadow or something on this. Outline. How do we set the outline size? I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, we could actually pick the Skeleseller font, right? Or should we pick the other Skeleseller font? Where's the other one? Oh, that's good. Okay, now we move this over here. Let me see how that looks. I should probably not have it cover the menu, huh? Yeah. All right, then we gotta shrink it a little bit more, maybe 105, and then move this over here. No, smaller. Unsaved changes. What? What? I don't know what this is asking me about right now. Weird. Oh, here we go. I didn't realize I still had the window open. Perfect. Perfect. All right, that's pretty good. Okay, now we need the scale command to actually have all the stuff we want on it. So what is it doing right now? Try the newest demo here. Do I expect people to go to a document and read this? What's most important for the front page? I guess wish listing it. No, I guess this does have all the questions people would want to ask. Game where you play as a skeleton shopkeep who hires adventurers to collect loot. It's a laid-back single-player game. Document is very quick FAQ. All right, where's the code? Who's working on it? What are you using to make it? When and where is it launching? When TBD, but hopefully fall of 2025. Where Steam and itch? Can I play it before then? There is a demo on Steam. Hang on, let me move this over here so I can still read chat. FYI, I can watch you update the doc. Yeah, I know about that. This document is public, by the way. So this is You should be able to see me update this. Wish list check on stream. Short be the best seller or something. And then FAQ. Oh, change the order? Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, I'll change the order of this stuff. Let me write this down over here. Change the order of Skell. Should probably get people to wish list and then explain stuff. Should be the command response, then link to FAQ in Steam. Yeah, that's a good point as well. I'll write this down. All right, but back to this for a sec. So there's a demo on Steam and on itch. This will probably not receive any major updates. Well, I'll write some things, I guess. There's about 2 hours worth of gameplay. The demo will probably not receive any major updates since... How about I say it this way? We'll probably only receive polish updates. Or polish level updates. Since the full game... So that people still want to buy the full game. Wink. If you play, please provide feedback. I don't think I need to even write that. The game tells you that. I don't think this will be an SEO thing. I'm not even sure if SEO considers Google Docs that you can find through a link on Google. Interesting. I think leveling up the warrior made us kind of clog how many items we have. But it doesn't really matter in the end. All right, what's the story of the game? What's gameplay like? What led to this? I don't know if people even care about this anymore. I don't know if anyone's found this interesting, at least. Yeah, I'm going to just delete that. Let's get rid of this too. That way it's an even shorter FAQ. And then can I get merch? All right, so now let's rearrange it as Potato suggested. Can we make this into a link? Yes, we can. Okay, Steam. But I can't click it. Oh, I see. What happens if I open this in an incognito tab? No, clicking it still doesn't do that. You'd have to click this. Okay, that's fine. Doesn't really matter. A game where you play as a skeleton shopkeep. Document is a quick FAQ. Cool. So now we move this here. Where can I play it? All right, then what else do you suggest? Maybe just when is it launching? For all desktop platforms. Windows, Mac OS, Linux. All right, so this will just be when is it launching? Please wish listed on Steam, even if you're not interested in trying the demo. Yeah. Let me copy this, put that there. Put a little thank you emoji. Get rid of that. All right, when is it launching? We can put up here. Probably same thing with cost. These are the things people probably care about. Where's the code? Who's working on it? Let's put that higher up. What are you using to make it? What's the story of the game? This is on the page of... This is on the Steam page now. I wonder if we should leave it. Still learning the new tile layer tricks. Oh, like offsetting maps and using auto tiles and stuff. I think we should delete the story and just leave it for the Steam page, right? Does the Steam page tell you this? Yeah, it does. Okay, then let's delete this. Except for I want to keep this meme somewhere. I like this. Where do we put this? I mean, I guess we could technically put it in the Steam page. It's not on there already, right? Yeah, we could turn the word died into a link to this. I don't know if people are going to appreciate that or not. Might as well. Yeah, we have Steam discussions already online. Also, we have reviews possible as of last week, although there are no reviews. Yeah, let's go modify. Actually, I'll just write that down for later. Yeah, let's just put this into the Steam thing. I'm not going to do that right this second. It's easy enough to do later. Change the word died on Steam into a link to this meme on Steam. The way I'm going to make all my friends go click on that if it's there. By the way, I can add your name to this if you want, or rather, you could add your name to this, and it can just be on the bottom. I don't want you to not get credit, but there's pretty much no way to say like, hey, this image courtesy of Skeleseller or something on the Steam page. All right, so we're gonna delete this, and we should probably delete this too since it's now there on the other page. Yeah. So this is really super basic. It's like one page. Where can I play it? When is it launching? How much will it cost? Who's working on it? What are you using to make it? Where's the code? Yeah, nice. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, sure, Sinistel. I don't mind just uploading a new thing. All right, cool. All right, I'm happy with that. Now there was another suggestion, which is to change the command itself. So let's take a look at what that says. Ecom Skell. Skeleseller is a game. Skeleseller is the game I'm working on where you play as a skeleton shopkeep who hires adventurers to collect loot. It's a laid-back single-player game. Try it for free here. Read the FAQ or like find out more in the FAQ. Now, does Google Docs have a built-in link shortener? Because Google Forms does. Let me take a look off screen. Give me a sec. No, it doesn't. Man. Well, this is fewer than 500 characters, but it'd still be nice if it didn't take up so much space. I guess I could redirect from skeleseller.com, like skeleseller.com/FAQ. Is that worth doing? Or faq.skeleseller.com or something? Probably. Looks like a scary link right now. Yeah. Fine. Thought about creating a stream template background for Skeleseller, so when folks come in, they see everything right on the screen. I have thought about it. The reason I haven't done something like that is because I get asked a pretty decent amount, like what am I making or what am I working on? And if I were to change the background, then that means that the people who have been here for a long time won't see my code anymore. So it was one of those like optimized for the people who've been here already kinds of things. But on Wednesday, we're optimizing for new people. So anyone who's been a long time viewer, you're going to have to really be patient because it is probably going to be a lot of people who are like, hey, what's the game about? Can you show me the game? And I'm going to be running low on energy after probably even just like 4 or 5 hours streaming that day. So I am probably going to answer those questions a lot just because they're easy. So just think of it like a marketing day. That's what it is. I'm probably going to play the game as well. In fact, let's write that down. I'm treating this as a marketing day for the game, not the stream. So I'll probably play the game a decent amount, answer questions no matter how many times they come up, etc. Yeah. All right, so we should go make the FAQ thing. I think I'll do that tomorrow. Yeah. Because if I don't have that set up, that's still okay. But yeah, we should probably do that. But that's going to mostly be like make a simple website kind of thing, right? So make skeleseller.com/FAQ so that the link isn't so scary. It can just redirect to the document. I mean, maybe ideally we just make a web page, but I don't think that's necessary. All right, so what else we have? So Skell is done. This is done. Have this Skell command on screen at all times. Yeah, let me write that down. I don't want to keep this here for now. This is just meant to be for Wednesday. To do, make sure to turn on the Skeleseller banner in OBS. Just downloaded the demo. We'll check it out later. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll hopefully publish another version in the next few hours. It's going to make very minor changes, but even the minor changes should still help. All right, so all that stuff is good. The only thing I wanted to do now is kind of a joke, which is make like a viewers command. I bet we're gonna get this question a lot. Why is your viewership so high? / like, why are there so many viewers? For whatever reason, practically every single time I'm like more than one standard deviation away from my average viewership, people come in and they just start spamming this question. And I don't get it. Like, why does it happen so much? But yeah, I want to keep track of that. So we'll just keep a tally here. No, actually, that's probably distracting. Yeah, I'll just modify the front page command, I guess. Modify front page command to mention that today's the day. And that's why my viewership is higher than normal. Okay, we've organized the list, figure out what we got, prep for Wednesday. Today can be about design and stuff. Wednesday can be about the new enchanter. Yeah, that's still pretty much the point. I think we'll do this next. Let's close all these things. Let's close this stuff. Yeah. Man. All right, I gotta sit down. Give me 1 sec, actually. All right. I mentioned that my back has been hurt. I have a heating pad. So let's plug this thing in. Where is the nearest plug? There we go. I'll be down here. Let me know if you need me. All right, now let's set this thing to Inferno. All right. Wrap this thing around my back. Okay, cool. All right, now let's get to work. Incorporate new icons, modify art requests. Yeah, let's go find this thing. So we have downloads here. I want to put both of these into the game. Game, assets, icons, abilities. All right. So now we go get the icon IDs for those things. What even are they using right now? There's quick. What's it called? What's it called? Item actions menu. Oh man, this heat feels so good. So striking arrows. Do we use that for anything else? No. All right, so we had to delete striking arrows from the game. Can we make this take up half the screen? Yeah. Striking arrows. Goodbye. And then delete that. And then what's the other one we're doing? Harvesting efficiency, something like that. Efficiency. That's using this scythe, which we're definitely not using for anything else. Yeah, we're not. All right, so delete that one too. Delete. Okay, now let's go manifest the new ones. Scythe is gone. What are the new ones called? Quick move menu and harvesting efficiency. Yeah. Quick move menu and harvesting efficiency. Okay. So delete that. Godot window slightly overlaps with the game, if that matters. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I wonder if I should make something that just keeps popping it right back up. Guess the problem is if I do want something to be full screen. Actually, you know what it could do? It could detect that I'm in VS Code. And if I'm in VS Code, it could put this window back here. That could be kind of interesting. I guess the problem is if I'm ever trying... No, that's a bad idea. Yeah, I have a hotkey for it. I guess I should just use the hotkey, right? If I go back here, just press the hotkey. Yeah, that's probably the smartest move. That's why we made the hotkey. Also, I guess we might as well keep this on screen if I'm going to be practicing for Wednesday, right? Might as well have that text there. All right. So get rid of this. Put this here. Quick move menu. Quick move menu. Make sure that was the name again. Yes. The other one is harvesting efficiency. Cool. Harvesting efficiency. Harvesting efficiency. Practice up. Oh, do check out the front page command. Actually, it should detect that. Yeah. Oh, actually, I think the front page slot is starting at 8. I wonder if I should start my stream at 8. Probably should. Man, I think that day's going to be tough. I think it'll be fun, though. Hopefully it's energizing. Hopefully people come in and they're like, we love Skeleseller. This is the greatest game. Yeah, the true test of Wednesday is going to be how many people actually do go download the game or wishlist the game from that. Like if the next day we see plus 200 wish lists or something, then obviously it was great investment. Thanks, Human Puppet. Thanks. All right, quick move menu. There, done. Okay, let's try that out now. Should launch. Good. All right, so we can just load from the save file, right? Yeah. Okay, so it's the right icon. It's just got the wrong shading on it. And that's probably the same, but I can't even tell. Yeah, it's the right one. Yeah. All right, let's go get rid of the shading. So town perks, quick move. Done. We don't need that anymore. And then farming perks. Done. Do you have any opt-in analytics to track usage post-downloading? The only thing is the survey. So you can press escape and click provide feedback. But that's it. Everything else is automatic analytics from Steam. Like whenever you download a demo on Steam, the person who made the demo will know that you downloaded it. Sorry, will know that a person downloaded it, not that you downloaded it. All right, nice. Check out that sweet icon. And same thing over here. Yeah, cool. Cool. All right, that's it. That was that task. Add icons for 2 perks. I guess Skeleseller specific icons for 2 perks. Any other changes here that I need to look at? Yeah, reading diffs is really hard in this view when you can only use half the screen. But thankfully, we don't need to look too closely at SVG files. Same thing with import files. Yeah, these don't matter. As long as they look good, and they do. Those we deleted those. Yep. We use a new icon, Yep, sounds good. Get rid of the tinting. Cool. And then the IDs themselves. Be 2 green, 2 red. Yep. Cool. So Steam can show you playtime across users. Yeah, I can share some of that. Let me see if I can show you. I don't remember which pages are considered private and which ones are public. And I'm not going to leak stuff I'm not supposed to be leaking. So let me see. Is this one private? Okay, this one is not private. So check this out. Here's what I can see. I can see the number of people who I think what this means is that they claimed the demo, but they never launched it. Or sorry, they might have launched it. They claimed the demo at least. But then this is the number of unique people who actually opened the demo at some point. So this number is just above 1,000. And then the median time played, I'd say this is actually pretty good, 1 hour and 18 minutes. I'd say there's about 2 hours of content. So this means that a decent amount of people are playing it for a decent amount of time. And then the other main stat that I'm tracking is wishlist. Someday, this is going to eventually say how many people bought it, which is either this one or, yeah, it's probably this one. Lifetime Steam units. Number of units sold, yeah. And if I'm selling at $10, even the number of people who've claimed the demo right now would mean we'd earn about $10,000, which is certainly not worth it for a year of work across several people. But yeah, hopefully that number goes up. And hopefully a lot of the people who tried the demo are like, okay, I'm excited enough about the final game now. All right, so next I gotta modify art requests. Is this something I can do on stream? Well, I can just do it off screen. It's very, very fast. Okay, done. Done and done. All right, so is this the best task for Wednesday? Work on the new enchanter. It's a very visual task. In fact, yeah, pretty much the whole thing is going to be visual, right? Did he make a new graphic for the open book? I wonder. I don't know. Update front page. I already wrote that down. Okay, yeah, let's put this down. Tasks for Wednesday. I think the enchanter could be good. And then I wanted to figure out what else we can do on Wednesday. That's fine. Comb through issues. It'd be easier fun for Wednesday, yeah. Like harvesting the closest crops. Okay, let's go shortlist some stuff. Yeah, this one. All right, any other issues I can look at? Hey, caveman. I guess we'll just look through everything and see if there's something that we can get. I don't want to do that yet. The intro cutscene, man, it could be interesting. I feel like a 3-year-old kid with a crayon when I start doing this stuff. I'm just like, I'll just draw on the walls. I don't know how to visualize this stuff. How's life going? You start getting organized in that game. Life's going pretty well. There's a lot of interesting stuff coming up. And the game's been going, I'd say well. I wouldn't say very well. You start getting organized in that game. Yeah. The way, if you're working a job and making a game, then I think it's really, really tough to make progress on the game unless you have a ton of energy after your job. If you're just working on a game, then it's a very different landscape. And then I think the organization can really pay off. Whereas if you're working a job at the same time, it might be all that you can do is the organization stuff and maybe not any actual work. I think creative work could be chaotic with lots of people randomly coming in. I think the intro probably would be a little bit tough. It actually kind of makes me wonder if we're going to have this on the right side anyway, should I just be doing mostly coding work? Not sure. Hey, House Gecko. Stardew Valley. Yeah, a lot of people have said that the graphics remind them of Stardew Valley. The gameplay is very, very different. Like in Stardew Valley, you're manually controlling a character. And this one, you're not really manually controlling anybody. And there's very little farming. Been diving into system. Yeah, by the way, caveman, please do try to watch out for segmenting. That's just not. Yeah. But anyway, good progress. How far are we from the final game in terms of graphics? So the main things for graphics that we still need, we need probably like 3 more adventurers. We don't even have the design for those totally set yet. We need probably like 4 more bosses, a few locations, probably a few icons, like maybe some projectiles as well. What else do we need? I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, I don't know. Those things at least. Hey, Meekers. Everyone thinks I know my stuff. Do they think that? I think we get some pretty vocal people in here who are like, you don't know what you're doing. Get log -5. Let's see what we got. Nothing crazy important or anything here. I'll still push this. All right. Okay, yeah, let's keep looking through these. Rework the fishing pond perks. Allow leveling up the town hall. Improve adventures UI. Dialogues. Change customer system. I don't know if I'm ever even going to do this. I still think it's a decent idea. But I don't ever find it to be a very high priority. Table highlight for improved holy link goes outside the parent container. I don't know what causes that. I don't think it's worth looking into. It might be something that's pretty quick. Oh, allowing players to minimize battle windows. I do think this is potentially worthwhile. Allowing players to just move battle windows arbitrarily. Like they just turn into windows and they have a maximize and a minimize or something. Hey, Leftist. How's your weekend? Add critical cooking perk. This we could do. This should be in the fishing pond, just like critical eating, but for the chef slime. This would be more valuable than glowy fish. Probably a late game perk. Yeah, neat. Yeah, let's tackle this. So this is critical cooking for Wednesday. Critical cooking. Very busy, but nice. Yeah, mine was good. Do I have any good Abby photos to share? Ah, this one. This is Cat on Lap 2025. Just sticking my finger in her face. Should there be music for the gameplay for the front page? The whole time would be too much, but maybe sporadic. You mean like just set this to 5 minutes? And then turn effects like way down? Probably drive me crazy. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think it would still drive me nuts. Yeah. And I think it would distract me. I wonder if just what if I just had effect sounds playing? That's pretty quiet, right? How many of you can even hear that? No, I don't think it's a good idea. Or we could turn on battle sounds, maybe. Could set a higher interval. Yeah, I think we're running the same thing we ran into with the game itself, which is that if the interval's set to 5 minutes, it'll be like, why isn't music always playing? Or like, oh, the music died, or is that a bug? I'll go get those comments. But I also think it'll be harder for me to focus. Although I could always just turn the music off on my own side so that you're all hearing it, but I'm not. I'm gonna just turn this off completely. But yeah, I'm not sure. Rename has done first battle. This is like dead simple. We'll just do that later. Create the achievement system, surface game stats to the player. What is this? fine. Quick move menu doesn't always work. Indicate when you have enough sludge level of an adventure. Man, I keep getting more and more feedback on this particular issue. People don't like it when workers get clogged in shops. Like, that's presumably, yeah, that's what's happening here. The workers just pick up items in such a way that they all go to the same shop. We could potentially stop this, but then people are going to complain about a different problem, which is like, oh, workers aren't even picking up items unless there's a free space in this shop. Like, why don't they pick them up and then just go wait in the shop? Maybe that means we should have it be customizable. I don't know, but I think this is a little bit tough. And to be honest, I was thinking of just not doing anything about this. Like, if your workers are waiting, then it means that you could go pick up the slack somewhere else or change where they're adventuring. Maybe we allow for some kind of item conversion system eventually. Or you just get item stacking. I don't know. This is a quick one to fix. Yeah. 2-line battle map text. Make them hide behind the shop. They fade into the shadows. Ending a battle seems to lag the game. Bug with Z index. The adventurers panel. Hey, Maybach. Hey, Cowboy Goose. Did you have a bin for them to deposit items they need to come back to later when a spot is open? What I'm concerned with is that, let's say we add a bin. I don't want workers moving like back and forth and kind of they're just walking most of the time. So let's say there's a bin here and they can come back here. They might start to move away and then someone buys an item and now they move back toward the bin only for it to get filled up by somebody else. And now they start walking away because the bin is being used. Like it could just cause them to sort of thrash like that. What we used to do before this change, by the way, whenever a worker was holding an item and couldn't bring it to the shop, it would just wander the entire town. So like you may see a worker with a potion over in the weapon shop. They can't sell it over here, but they were just wandering around. And people complained to like, why would my worker wander around the town and not just go to the place where it's going to eventually get used? So I'm like, okay, let's do that. And now they're complaining that like, why is my worker just waiting there? It's like, well, it all depends on how quickly you're selling items. Yeah. Switch creators know beforehand when they'll be featured. Interesting. Will you prepare any interactive or special things? And in probably most cases, there might be some like surprise featuring, but yeah, I think in most cases now it's like you apply and you get accepted onto the front page. But as far as I'm preparing, I'm going to be working on some more visual content. Like we'll get the enchanter looking better. We'll work on some quick bug fixes and stuff. I'll probably play the game a decent amount. Play the game here and there just to show it off. Yeah. Oh yeah, and when I do this, have sound/music on. Yeah, I'll probably do at least 2 full runs of the game. That'll take like 2 or 3 hours. And that'll be very easy stuff for me to do. But yeah, we're looking through any other issues we can potentially find that'll be easy enough to tackle and might be appropriate for that day. Town camera keeps panning, problem toggling window modes. Implement the map changes. Oh, that's another big one. I don't think I want to do that yet though. But yeah, this is another big thing we should do before next fest. I'm gonna write this down. Consider more tutorial content with the farm, regenerating, starting a battle for the first time. Hey Lana, how's it going? Welcome in everybody. I know Lana usually raids and runs, so I will ask the viewers, and if Lana's here, she can answer. But how was the stream today? Welcome in Epic. We're working on Skeleseller. I am going to be on the Twitch front page on Wednesday. So I just made this little like demo version that runs on the side here. But the game is about doing battles, selling items in town, and then upgrading your town and your adventurers. Oh yeah, hey, got a raid and run. Hope you're good. Hope you're well too, Lana. And I don't even know how many viewers I had now. I always think it's kind of funny when someone shouts at someone else who just came in with the majority of the viewers. But anyway, there's a shout out for Lana. She's a great streamer. This game is available on Steam as a demo. I'll probably upload a new version today, but it's not going to have any major changes. So if you wanted to play it now, you totally could. Obviously, wishlisting the game really helps. And we are prepping for Wednesday when I'm on the Twitch front page. And then the next thing is going to be the next Steam Next Fest. So Next Fest is on June 9th. And for those who aren't familiar with Next Fest, it's just a bunch of Steam demos that exist. So Skeleseller will be one of those demos, and hopefully it picks up a lot of steam there. Is it fun or unfun when people say no pun intended after things like that? Awesome job to make the most. Yeah, thanks, owner. June 9th is when it goes platinum. Oh, and then I also, other random news here, I just mentioned this earlier. I ordered a mini Freak yesterday. It's a hardware synthesizer, and I should get it today. Actually, let me see if it's already arrived. Well, I think it said it was going to arrive in the afternoon. Let's refresh this page. It says arriving 2:30 to 6:30. Okay, so yeah. But yeah, I think this will help make music too. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a fun toy. But yeah, so right now what we're doing is we're looking through some tasks that we can do on Wednesday. And then maybe some tasks I can do today as well. I'll probably turn this afternoon into a game design afternoon where we'll just start tackling like what are some new adventurers we can have. The game currently has 7 different adventurers, and they all have their own abilities. So you can see here, like the warrior has, my head's blocking it, but they have 7 abilities. They all have 7 things you can level up. So when we design new adventurers, it's not just like what should they look like or what should their name be. It's also what are these 7 abilities we have and how do they synergize with each other. So I think that's what this afternoon is going to be about. Hey, Dees. Good to see you again after so many years. When you were working on Botland, I was watching you every day and learning so much React and development flows. Still inspired by your stack at the time. Using OneNote, Sublime, plain tasks, Conemu. Wow, that's great, Dees. And welcome back. Yeah. I did switch a bunch of those things. If you want to take a look, here's some like random videos you might be interested in. Those 2. And I think then just the shorts, which I don't think I have a command for. I should probably make a command for that. No, yeah, let's go get those. Adam learns here and here. Yeah. All right, ACOM shorts. Adam makes shorts on YouTube, or I should say like YouTube shorts from time to time. They're generally educational. There we go. You had a chance to look at Notebook LM versus OneNote. I think I took a quick look at what Notebook LM is, but I don't think I actually tried it. Part of what worries me about it is, I think I'm recalling correctly here, I think it's free right now, but I suspect it's going to get monetized probably pretty soon and probably with a subscription model. Most AI uses a subscription model just because of needing an API subscription. And yeah, I just don't like that idea, and I'm not sure how much it would help. I should probably give it a shot while it's free and see if it's going to help. But they're not the same thing. What's not the same thing? I don't remember enough of anything I ever say to be able. Oh, the free tier and the premium tier. Oh, I don't even think I knew that there was a premium tier. Do I have a day job again? I remember at the time you just quit Microsoft. Yeah, I just quit Google this time around. But no, I don't have another job. This is just my main thing that I'm doing. I was wondering if anyone in the reasonably large note base found any good summarization value. Yeah, it's something I should probably give a shot to at some point. I just haven't yet. Controller support, X button on dialogues. Tooltip can be overridden by a spell books. Oh, hey, endgame perks for the garbage line. What did I write here? My friend played the game. He said he wanted some endgame perks. Who played it that day? Was it Sam? I think it was Sam. Sam, maybe? I think it was Sam. Yeah, well, welcome back, Dees. By the way, did you have a different Twitch account way back when? Because I see this one was created somewhat recently. I wonder if I would remember your name. Because I don't remember Deist. Although. Oh, yeah, Mario. Okay, yeah, welcome back. Yeah. I deleted it. I wonder if you delete a Twitch account, if I can still see the chat from that Twitch account. No, it says unable to fetch account. I see. Pragmatic. Yeah, there was another app that someone told me about that had to do with taking notes and making it easier with AI, but I don't recall what it was. Botland, never forget. Never forget. Okay, well, we had an idea here for which perk we should add, right? Seek items from the warehouse only when they're at max hunger. Maybe even guarantee a crit. Why would I do this? Why would I even write that? That doesn't make any sense. Delete. Kevin proposed that maybe the slime could just pull items directly from the portal. That may feel better than pulling them from the warehouse. Yeah, I like the idea of pulling these from the warehouse. I think we should do that. I think I'm gonna write that down. Add slime perk to pull from the warehouse. It's going to be add art request. This also needs an add art request. You think Jeff Goldblum will ever play the game, Lepchus? All right, what else? Consider dedicated UI for spells and quests. Fix multiple tooltip sources on a perk or skill button. What? Oh, yeah, I know what that is. I don't think it's important right now. Clear dialog appears in the same random spot on the screen. Contextual tip can show on top of menus. Nearly positive I already filed this somewhere. This should be happening. Hang on, how do I get this to work? Like that? Yes, this is still a problem. How do we fix that? I guess just change the Z orders that we have. Yeah, I'll write this down. This can be an easy one. It's not really critical though. Z index of contextual tip. Well, you were spending 1 hour per week, Dees, but now that you know that this stream is back, I'm hoping it's 18 hours per week. No, I hope you're still able to moderate. One of the rare customers in town. Camera should follow him all the time. I guess only once every 15 minutes, right? And I guess they purchase more. I don't remember what makes them leave the town. Oh, wait, they can't leave the town. Oh, so they're just always going to be in the town now, right? Yeah. Yeah, I prevented them from leaving. So actually, can it follow them? Yes, it can. Okay, then we're going to do that for now. For the next 40 seconds, they'll be looking at me in the game. Look, it's the spitting image of me. All the groupies gather here. I'm glad I had a positive impact on some people because there was a benefit for me to stream. Does Hideo still hang out here? As far as I know, no. He might drop in from time to time, but I haven't seen him chat in a long time, which is rather unfortunate. All right, what else do we have here? Battle map looks bad after changing the game scale. Setting the control camera panning speed. Rework the cleric. Reworking the cleric could be something we do. I wonder if people like design work is generally lower effort than dev work. Maybe rework the cleric. I'll write it down. But that's maybe something we'll just do today. All right, let's keep looking. Manifest quests with exact item counts. This is pretty easy to do. There's another reason why I kind of wanted to do this though, right? Yeah, let's write it down. Manifest quests with exact item counts. Allow incrementally unlocking perks. Make a script that will dynamically update our sub viewport containers. What's this? Oh, I don't care about that. Get some community members to test the game before launch. Would this be interesting to do? No. Probably not. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Am I doing the art myself? No, definitely not. Still using the VS Code extension? Yeah, Toggler. Yeah, I made another video on VS Code extensions, although you probably would have seen them all because I was using most of them back in the day as well. All right, what else? Improve item picking, talk to Steve about marketing, publishing, tab bar shows, balance, make them show up, make a new trailer. Definitely not making a new trailer on Wednesday. I don't even know if I can make a new trailer while I'm streaming. I use OBS to record videos, and I need to be able to record and then stop and then record and stop, but I also am recording the stream. So I guess I could stop the recording of the stream and it would technically work. I don't think it would be interesting though. Yeah, I don't think it'd be interesting. I think that's a better reason why not to make a trailer on stream. Maybe if I recorded all the raw footage. Yeah. Oh, this one could be kind of interesting. Make the slime eat items by actually like looking like the item gets absorbed into them. They're not transparent right now though. So I think the way we'd have to do this is layer 2 slimes on top of each other. One that is fully opaque. And then another one that's transparent. Or just make the items look transparent maybe. I don't know. Let me write this down. How do we do this there? Okay. We may need to render 2 versions of the slime for this. One fully opaque to go behind the items, and one semi-transparent. Then again, maybe just making the items semi-transparent is good enough. Lots of pause recording while still streaming. Yeah, but like I said, I record the whole stream. So I'd have to stop recording of the stream to then record stuff for the game. Also, welcome in, Vlad. Fade and modulate green. Yeah, I guess the modulate green is another thing I hadn't thought of. We could even modulate green or apply a shader to make the item look green or make the item dissolve. Yeah, that would be kind of interesting. In fact, there's a Godot shaders thing. Is there a, if I just type dissolve into here, what shows up? What would it look like if an item's getting digested? I don't think it'd look like that. And maybe something slow like that could work. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, something sort of like this. It's just this is specifically for burning. So I think that black is not an artifact of recording. I think that's an intentional smoke effect. And we wouldn't want that. Although like, we could replace it with green. Maybe it looked like the slime is digesting it. Yeah, I'll write it down. We could maybe use this shader, but use green instead of the smoky, like gray. Or just make it transparent. Yeah. I guess depending on the speed, like how many people are going to even see it happen, I wonder. Because items are already pretty small as they are. And if you zoom in, they take up enough of the screen. But yeah, I wonder how many people are going to look at it. Critically the lights on fire. Oh, actually, the burn thing would work for the chef slime. I hadn't thought of that. Because it is cooking the item. I'll write it down. Actually, for the chef slime, it could be burned as it gets dissolved. Yeah. All right, make sure credits are correct. What else we have? Add rare items. I don't think I want to do that on Wednesday, but it's possible. I guess I'll write it down. maybes. Rework the cleric and make the slimes actually eat. Mouth open a bit and drop the items in there. I think what I was picturing is not actually that would go in through the mouth. The mouth on the slime is just for emoting, but like the slime can just absorb items in through its gelatinous outer layer. Add rare items, polish enchanter interactions. What's this? Oh, yeah, sure. Launch, add fun events, improve worker delay behavior, make initial guild sign even clearer at the beginning. Add a UI skill setting. These pretty much got fixed. I think we talked about making a crash log or something, though. I got to figure out what I want to do about that. User research. Add a chronomancer, localize this, replace the fill effect with a shader. This should be pretty easy to do, right? Like we have spells that can get cast, and then this thing fills up slowly. Yeah, I think this should be pretty easy to do. I will shortlist that one too. Maybe as one of the maybes. Make the mana crystal fill via shader. Yeah. Guess one of the burn ones, you can also change the colors to match the slimes. Yeah, exactly. Although with the chef slime, I think having it look like smoke could be good enough. All right, this is pretty good. Let's keep looking through this. Make workers prioritize extractor after you upgrade the maximum number of fish. Wait, first of all, we should change this to the extractor. Localize, fix the... What? Do we have two of these? Oh, yeah. We do have two of these. I even wrote it down and I was pretty sure I had two of them. Why can't I find it now? Nearly positive I already filed this issue somewhere. Yeah, it's filed here. Wait, no, that's not it. Here it is. This is 804. Yeah. All right, so let's resolve this as a duplicate of 804. 804. Done. And then we'll get the proper link here. Excuse me. Am I using Markdown in docs? Yeah, I am. So if I type something like hi with underscores around it, it automatically converts it. What's nice if you're going to use Markdown, by the way, is these two things. If you press Alt/ and type Markdown, you have both copy and paste here. So every once in a while, I write something out where I'm like, hi there, how are you? And I copy this, but this is not a bulleted list in docs. So I just choose paste from Markdown, and then it does get copied in as a proper list. I mean, in this case, it was really, you could have just probably pasted anyway, but it would have maintained tabbing and italics and everything. Hate dealing with shaders. What's the benefit of changing the fill effect? The benefit in this case is because we are technically rendering two different crystals right now. To show you what I mean, if we look at the mana crystal here, there's an active crystal and there's an inactive crystal. And you can see that the inactive one is actually taking up no height right now. The way that we do this is we increase the height. So do you see how it looks like it's filling up now or draining? Because these are two different sprites though, they can show up at two different coordinates and they'll start looking like they're jittering. So the shader would prevent it from jittering. That's all we would be doing that for. And it'd be probably literally only on that one crystal in the entire game, because I don't think anything else needs to do that. Not currently using docs for anything. Microsoft Hero. Oh, I see. How many hours do you code daily? It all depends on the day. Like today we've coded very little, but a lot of what we're doing is prepping for the Twitch front page on Wednesday. But on the days where I am coding, it's sometimes like 6-7 hours. Today is probably going to be very little coding. We're probably gonna do some design work in the afternoon. Also, it's already afternoon. I should probably get my lunch soon. Let's see what else. Consider scrapping the vault. Yeah. Save and load customers. Make bottlenecks clearer. A tip about constructing the tavern. We don't have this already? Didn't I do this? Oh, apparently I didn't. But when is this from? It's from February. As long as the tavern is a means of power progression, then I think we should nudge the player toward it with a tip. Well, it's no longer a means of power progression, but it is a means of getting new workers. And I think for that reason, people might want to know about it. Take care, Leptis. It's not like it's hard to do. I'm just wondering, should we do it? Like, you've gone 5 minutes without building the tavern. Is it because you didn't know you could build it? Is it because you decided you didn't want to build it? Maybe if you go an hour without building it, maybe that's when we should nudge you. Yeah, that's probably what we should do. Okay, so I'll write old notes, new notes. Now that the tavern no longer controls your health / power, it's less important to have a tip for this, but it's still probably valuable for people who ignore the tavern until maybe beating the next boss or two. So perhaps we just add a tip that checks if you've beaten the third boss and you have enough money for the tavern. This is pretty minor though. Yeah, it's pretty minor. I'll write that it's low priority. All right, what else do we have? Log errors to a file. Isn't this already done? Why is it still an issue? Nothing really to do for this issue. We could obviously even click the game version. Yeah, this is done. AC sides. I'm trying to make a game in Godot using GDScript, having trouble figuring out how to make certain things. Any advice on how to learn more? So I think it all depends on what you're trying to learn exactly, and I guess maybe what your experience is too. So one thing that I find helps is write what you want to do in plain English, and then try to convert those lines into code, or even pseudocode, but something like that. Like break down your task, because probably some of the steps you're trying to do will be easy, and maybe like the core of the technique might be hard. So let's say your task is something like make an object flash different colors. For something like this, I might think, okay, how do I change the color of something? Maybe I'd ask myself, like, what's the best way to change the color? So I might enumerate all the different ways. Maybe we can use modulate, maybe we can use a shader, maybe we can use just different sprites or meshes all together. And then I might see what's most suitable for this. And then like, how do I do that? How do I control that? How do I merge it with my code? So just breaking down the task, I think, can be good. And then other things like use the resources you have. YouTube videos, documentation, maybe like a Discord server for some of this stuff. Other people you know who are doing this. And things like forums or subreddits. So there are a lot of ways out there to try to figure stuff out yourself. But yeah, barring that, there are a lot of resources too for asking other people or learning from them. I don't know if this helps you at all, Seedsides. How long have you been coding? Like the starting of your career until now? I've got a command for just that. Type my code in plain English. Then I got to making an inventory and had the worst 4 hours figuring out how to do that for the first time. I'm not saying that the tasks are guaranteed to be easy at that point. Some tasks, even if you're an expert coder, are going to take you a month to do. But yeah, an inventory system is generally not like a, oh, I'll just slap that into my game sort of thing. But it will hopefully be easier to figure out where you're getting stuck. And then I think there are all the usual techniques of like, if you're hitting a bug, debug your code, maybe add some logging if you need to. Maybe look at open source solutions and figure out how they did it. Those sorts of things. Okay, clearly indicate that you haven't met the prereqs for casting a spell. Didn't we do this? This is like 748, but with spells. If you don't have the mana, we should indicate that to you somehow. Maybe floating text, maybe a contextual tip. No, you added floating text. Yeah. I added floating text, which I think is good enough for now. Add sounds to anything you can hover over with an outline. Clean up when sounds play. What is this? I don't care about that. The Steam Market, animate items being purchased. Oh, this would be nice to do. I have no idea why this happens. Skeleseller would like to access files on a removable volume. Is this because of where I'm running it from? Because I launch it from here, I guess. Is this on my external? It is. Oh, maybe that's why then. Wait, does it do that when I launch from the downloads folder, I wonder? I don't know. Let's try exporting it and find out. I think it might have, but yeah, I don't remember. It still has the debug feature. This is not good. We need to reload this. One of my first big projects in Unity, and it's so funny looking back at how easy I thought it was going to be. Yeah. It's easy to underestimate entire projects too as a newer developer. And I think it's easy to sometimes look at completely like well polished, finished games and say, oh, this probably didn't take that long. It always takes long. Always. When I look at the development cycles of AAA games and how many people are involved and how much expertise there is and how deadlines still slip sometimes, it's just game dev is tough. And I think I will say this one thing that is definitely easier. If you, let's say you make a game from scratch. So in this case, let's say we take Skeleseller. It's going to take X time. Now, let's say you take a person of nearly identical skill level. I know you couldn't necessarily find someone like this, and then have them recreate it. That will be probably less than X for them to do it. Because there's a bunch of stuff that you don't have to iterate over. Like I did a bunch of game design that ended up getting deleted. If you're just trying to copy the game, you wouldn't do the deleted stuff. You would just do the stuff you see. So yeah, that should take less time. But it's not to say it's going to take like 10% of the time or something. It's probably going to shave off, I don't know, 20% or 30%. When trying to get a first job, is it a good idea to go for the most mainstream tech stack like Java, Spring Boot, backend? I always point people toward the Stack Overflow dev surveys for this stuff. I don't know when they do these, so I don't know if the 2025 one is out yet. In May of 2024. Okay, so it's probably going to happen pretty soon for 2025. Anyway, take a look at something like this and see which things are even popular and what you might want and what your local area wants, or remote dev if you're looking for that. So you are a human resource when it comes to a company, and there needs to be the product market fit for you as a resource. So like your skills need to line up with something. And generally places are going to want you to be able to learn, but also want you to be able to start doing stuff. So there is some amount of that. Yes, I think learning some popular tech is worthwhile. And then part of it too is, like I said, being able to learn. And for that, it's just expose yourself to pretty much as much as you can. I mean, within reason, right? Like depth on things is pretty good. So you can't just prioritize breadth. Now I have an appreciation for unique inventory systems. Yeah, by the way, you probably also gain an appreciation for how there are like duplication bugs in most of the games that exist out there, or there were at some point. Like even, actually, yeah, lots of games have it. Some of the games I played, PSO had an item duplication bug. That one was wild though. What was it? Diablo 1 had one that was really easy to perform. Hey, Miragor, yeah, the game is coming along. Try to pseudocode the best I can and ask others how it can be implemented. Yeah, and remember, while doing all that stuff, just make sure that you're thinking of how would I do this myself? I think it's a very like beginner mistake to encounter a problem, not even think about it, and then try to look up online, how did other people do this stuff? Like think about it first. You might not be able to come up with the answer, and that's totally fine. But if you don't put any thought into it, then you're not going to start training yourself to even come up with those solutions. And this is, I think, especially problematic in the days of AI. Like if you're thinking like, how do I code this function? The answer should start with, I use my brain. And then if it eventually uses AI, then fine. But yeah, start by trying to train yourself on how to do it in the future. Did you remove Botland from Steam? I was playing it on my Steam and I told a friend, but he said he couldn't find it. I did remove it. I removed it probably like 4 years ago though. However, I have good news. It will be coming back. That's how long I've been watching. Yeah, when you're first starting. Yeah, your follow age. Oh, well, it says 4 minutes ago. Sorry, you probably unfollowed at some point. I think it's fine to look it up, but you shouldn't stop at the first solution you find. I think if you're just learning and you're a beginner, I think looking it up is a disservice to yourself. But it's a generalization, right? Someone out there is probably going to be fine doing it. Other people are going to be worse off for doing it. Oh, right. I exported the game and then I never did anything, right? Yeah. So it should be exported and it should be somewhere on my disk now. Let's go find it. It's right there. Okay, so I'm going to put this in the temp folder. Let's put this in the testeroni folder, I guess. Yeah. So this is not on my external hard drive. Excuse me. I'm going to try launching this and it should not ask me for permission. It doesn't. Okay, so that's why it's asking, because I happen to launch it from an external. I don't think we can do anything about that then, right? Mac OS, why is it asking for, or maybe it is saving something? Maybe it's something to the app, saving something to the app itself. Why is it asking for permission to access a removable volume when nothing gets saved there? It's probably a dumb query. I don't really care. Yeah, I don't really care about this. I don't, it's not worth looking into. Oh, I wrote down maybe the first step is to try downloading something like Stardew Valley and see if that has the pop-up. If it does, maybe you don't have to do anything. Yeah, I don't think this is worth worrying about. This only seems to happen when launching for the first time from a removable volume. Does Steam do that for me? Oh, would it even be something I could test? I don't know where I save things by default on Steam. I guess it depends on if it's on external or not. Hey, Boomer. How to make skeleton game. Yeah, I'm just gonna close this. Not planned. I think I will always be spawned as a customer during this, or almost always. Am I not there? There I am. Because customers don't leave town in this version. So once they're in town, they'll be there forever. And I think on an average of like 7 minutes is what it takes for me to join the town. So after about 7 minutes, I should just be there for good. All right, so we can check the next one here. Consider adding tooltips for battlers during a battle. Yeah, these are things I think we can add later. Dialogues to be closed by clicking the background. Prevent upgrading shops until after beating the first elite. This is part of that perks thing that we talked about. Perks. Where is it? This? Yeah. And then we put that here. 747 at the bottom. Edit. Tackle 747. Okay. I'm a machine learning engineer, and I finally got around to starting to learn game dev. Other than what I've learned by watching you for thousands of hours, I don't know much. Very hard first game now. I think it's a lot of fun. And I think my sort of biggest piece of overall advice is figure out what your goals are. And especially with games, because games are generally fun to work on. They're fun to play, but they are generally like not fun to make into a business. And if you decide that you're doing it for fun and then decide to turn it into a business, I think that's harder from deciding right off the bat to make it into a business, because the monetization of a game will affect the balance of that game. Like if you have, let's just say an RPG and you can buy, I don't know, new items in the game, like presumably then you're going to add some friction somewhere along the way to make it so the players want to buy those items, as opposed to a one-time purchase kind of game where just the player's just going to have fun playing it. So yeah, that's my biggest piece of advice there. And I don't think there's any goal that's bad. You can want to become a billionaire off of a game, and you can want to just learn things for fun and clone someone else's game. I think that's all fine. But I think knowing that up front is very, very important. What else do we have here? Prevent upgrading shops, make zooming and panning trackpad friendly. How would we do this? I don't know how many people are going to try to play with a trackpad. Probably a decent amount. I don't want it to suck for them, but I don't think it's worth working on yet. I want to become a billionaire. Thank you. Follow your dreams. My goal is personal, but I'm designing it as a business. Since I think inherently to make a game eventually as a business, I should learn that way from the start. Yeah. Yeah. And then keep in mind that expression. First, you do the first 90%, then you do the next 90%. When you think you're 90% done, you are not 90% done. And there's a lot of work that goes into just releasing something. And even if you took some like off the shelf game, let's say you downloaded whatever, Tetris.C#, and then you're like, I'm going to release this on Steam. Even just doing that will probably take you like a week. Hey, Zexarner. So impressed with how disciplined you are when it comes to tracking issues and ideas on GitHub. It seems satisfying, rewarding, and helpful, but I don't think I've gotten far enough on any of my prototype or ideas to reach that point. When do you think tracking becomes a necessity? I think tracking becomes a necessity when you have a ton of people. By the way, thank you for the kind words. I think it becomes a necessity when you have enough people that you can't just communicate, just saying, you know, hey, go tap someone on the shoulder. What is it you're working on, or what should I work on? So probably once you have like at least 3 people working on a project. But until then, it's not even necessarily a positive. If you're working on something that's going to take you, let's say, a day and you're going to be done after it, it's probably not worth even starting issues on GitHub, or at least not for tracking work. This is here because we have enough people working on this stuff, and because the project was definitely going to span a long enough time where I'll forget about this stuff. And I even sometimes file issues on, like, I might not have one for this. Let me see. Yeah, things to do if we ever have a revivability. Like, we don't have a plan to add a revivability to the game, but if we did, there's a lot of code we'd have to change, and I wanted to track what some of this stuff was. So yeah, I think this definitely helps. Love being a founder. Only have to work half days. Just depends when I wake up what 12 hours I work. Yeah. Yeah, level 92 is halfway to 99. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of RPGs work that way, where like 75% plus of the total level is where the actual halfway point is. And yeah, it's pretty similar with game dev. All right, what else do we have here? Settings button bigger, remove Steam button from the title screen. We need this to show while we only have a demo, but once someone has purchased the game, it shouldn't show for them. We could decide to only show for the demo, but I don't think that's necessary. Probably easiest to outright remove it. Actually, I never thought about this. I wonder how many people clicked this ever. We don't have any sort of centralized metrics for game actions, and I don't want to add them, and certainly not just for this. But how many people would have ever clicked that? So like if you go to the title screen, we have this button here, Steam, open the Steam page. But we also just have it from in here, wishlist on Steam. I bet nobody clicks this. Yeah. I think we should probably remove it sooner rather than later. But then that actually brings up another interesting point. This wishlist button in the game, this needs to be deleted if you bought the game. Obviously the demo should have it. I'm not above begging. All right, so where's that task here? Remove Steam button. And let's file an issue about the wish list thing. We don't have anything in here about that. No, we don't. Okay, I'll go make a new one. Hey, Pretzel. Yeah, most games are fun to play. Not League of Legends. Get rid of the wish list button for the final version of the game. Oh, actually, get rid of all wish listing stuff. Oh, I never thought about this. I guess I'll write like separate demo specific content, e.g. the wish list button. Okay, so instances of demo specific stuff. The wish list button in the menu. The feedback button in the menu. The tip system tips about wish listing and providing feedback. Actually, it's more than that. About wish listing, about providing feedback, and about completing the content. Did you make all the animations? No. I made, I'm pretty sure, nothing when it comes to the animations. I am very, very bad at artwork. I made the music for the game, and I made a lot of the code and a lot of the game design. But art, count me out. This is not fun. I can't solve the sound puzzle. Yeah, you should ask some real life friends. Maybe they can help you out. I'm being serious, even if this sounds like a joke. My friend started playing. I've been warning him. You can actually see the changes in daily moods. Not even kidding. There's got to be a way to mitigate that, right? Can you play League of Legends? If you knew 9 other people who played, can you play a 5v5 with those 2 teams? Or is there only like a random queue system? I mean, I don't know how often you'd have 9 people who want to play. So it's not really a solution, but that's what I find with competitive games myself. If I'm playing with someone in person, and ideally if they're a friend, it is a totally different feeling from playing random nameless people online. You can. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, I see. Okay, so we got rid of that. Put the site in its own repo, make a press kit. We have a press kit, I guess. I don't know what's in it. All right, let's go check it out. SSCOM. Download the press kit. What do you contain? Probably some out-of-date screenshots at this point. No screenshots. Okay, no, it's just logos and stuff. Actually, then I think this task is done, right? Unless we change the final graphics of any of that stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna mark that as finished. Where is that? Here. Where's the download link? Yeah, it doesn't matter where the download link is. All right, this is done and already available on skeleseller.com. It contains these things. Yeah, I might as well put a picture of that, huh? I want to zoom in on this. Whoops. How do you even do this? I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Got it. Yeah, I think team-based games are probably more toxic than if you're just in a single player game. I mean, especially depending on whether you can communicate with your opponent. Like I've been playing the finals, and the finals is kind of interesting because it's 3v3v3v3. I normally play with two real life friends, and you can't talk to anyone else in the game. So unless my friends are making fun of me, which I'm mostly fine with, then I'm not even gonna hear anything from other people in the game. But every once in a while, one of my friends can't play, so it's two friends and one rando. And even though we're on the same team, sometimes that rando is kind of a jerk. And it just blows my mind sometimes. Like I'm playing this game for fun. I'm not a pro player. Certainly not at the finals. So like I get that you could be upset, but the matches don't last for that long. Just move on, right? Playing Apex though, I get less rage at me than playing a MOBA. Yeah, I think it depends on the players too, and probably the target audience. I think if it skews younger, I my guess is that those players would be more toxic. Well, I don't know that for sure. I don't tend to play with a lot of random people. All right, what else do we have? So this is done. Disable undo changes button until you've actually made changes. Improve burn. Yeah, I think we should probably do that at some point. Shopkeep say different things from one another. Add acceleration. Reset map drag. I already have this written down, don't I? Huh, maybe I don't have this written down. Zoom all the way out. Zoom in by one tick. And then what? Resize the game window vertically. Is it happening? I don't see it happening. It was only the spell crystal in that case, though. What was it about the spell crystal that did that? Maybe the coordinate it rendered at? It should have been an integral coordinate, though. Huh. Strange, I don't see that happening here. What if we zoom in one more tick? Still no. It was jittering constantly, so it's not like a subtle thing. We'll see it if it's gonna happen. I'll zoom in again. We'll try this out again. Oh, actually, I kind of wonder what if this had to do with the direction that this was moving. It's going up right now because I'm gaining mana, but it used to go down because the spell was losing duration. I doubt it would be that, but we only ever saw it happen with spell crystals. All right, I'll zoom in again. Let's try this out. Still nothing. Zoom in again. In fact, what if we sped this up? Yeah, still nothing. We can only zoom in so much further. Well, I don't think it's zooming in that even causes. Yeah, I don't think this happens. I think we have an issue on this anyway. Yeah. Okay. Sure. The books are vibrating, are they? When they're open? Oh, I have mana. Oh, wait, I have a thing that. Oh, wait, no, I can't do that. Hold on. Oh, no, it's capturing right click, isn't it? Oh, man. All right, we just got to get enough mana there. I don't see it happening. When you zoom in a bit more. Huh, weird. Yeah, I don't see it happening. I probably should have just opened the VOD at that point. It's just, oh. I thought you were talking about something like super obvious, like the jitter that we saw in this video. Okay, I don't think this is an issue then. But let's see. Where's the shader one that we have here? Here. I'm going to close this as a copy of this. Expect we're going to need a shader or something. Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, let's put this here. And close this as a duplicate of this one. Done. All right. If we're using scroll wheel on sliders, this should be pretty simple. Sign should only show particles when you have enough money. I don't actually think I even want to do this. Only one person even gave this feedback. Actually, how do I feel about this? I'm not sure. When you see a sign for something, which the only one we could have is this one, I guess. It's always going to have particles there. And that way you can tell the sign is there in the world. But the idea here was that what if we only showed this when you had enough money? So in this case, it takes 30 gold. If I had 0, let's say, should we not show the particles? I don't think so. Yeah, I think I'm just going to close this. I do not care. Oh, sorry, I missed what you said. Watch a video about this topic, and the guy said the ones who get the most angry in video games and end up raging are the ones that's bloodlines had life or death situations and their instincts fire up in these types of situations, even if it's a video game. Cool theory. Probably not at all science-based. Wait. This would have been good to know at the beginning of the message. This is not some expert talking about this. This is just some random person who said this is probably why this happens. I don't really think this is worth doing. For the people who want to see signs, the particles will make them more visible. For the people who don't, they'll eventually just build the thing anyway. And we'll probably move upgrades to taking place via perks. Perks. What do we have? This 820. Done. Close. Not plan. Close. Random person who only said based on their own thoughts. Wow. What a theory. Did I not close? Oh, I closed the other one. Okie dokie. Add a repeatable tip about spending skill points. Consider making the main money counter bigger. Offer multiple save files. Oh, this is... I think adding a pop-up about this is fine, but I think we should also put an NPC inside the warehouse. Yeah, what else do we have here? Move thought bubble as they're leaving town. Improve town menu. Anything else? I mean, we're almost done with this. I guess we might as well keep looking through this. Use the coin graphic everywhere that we're currently using money symbol. Did I want to do that? Like right now it says buy, or it says build 30 gold or 30 G. Should it say 30 and then a coin symbol? Yeah, sure. Whatever. I'll leave this. I don't think it's worth doing anything about right now, though. Let's keep looking. Make use of the word elite, consistent. Yep. The final boss. Stop serializing enumerations with their key names as strings. Where do we do that? Oh. Interesting. Is that still a problem? Save.json? Unlocked instance IDs, beaten instance IDs. This one doesn't do that. It's strange. It's only when it's a key of a dictionary? Really? Huh. Why does that happen? I wonder if you can change how this gets serialized using just the C# stuff. All right, well, let's write this down. Update. This only seems to affect dictionaries. Instances. E.g. we store, what is it? Beaten instance IDs as numbers. Yeah. All right, now we're tackling right now. What else do we have? Garbage line follow-up work, circular outline issues, prioritize nearest storeroom displays. What's this one? Well, didn't we do this? Yeah. I did this a very long time ago already. Well, I'm pretty sure. I know they spawn. I mean, you can see even on the right side here, they're spawning in an order that isn't just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know if we match the exact order I had written here. But yeah, I did this. I'm not even pretty sure. I did this a very long time ago already. Done. I'm glad we're closing some of these issues. Consider making stickers IRL. Consider a garbage slime plush toy. Companion mode for the game. Glow, implement unused monsters, create special raid. I don't think we're ever going to do this. I should probably just close this. Means we need to stop immediately calling deal damage. Instead, Zap should know when it hits the target by calling a method. Also, we should turn off autoplay. And then delay starting by a random amount. All right, what does this look like? If we just watch this down here, I just want to see, how does lightning look like it's hitting the enemies? Does it look weird at all? It's only once every 5 seconds. I think it's fine. Yeah, although are they angled? Let me take a picture. Yeah, I think this is fine. I'm just going to close this issue. I don't think this is worth doing. Lightning looks fine as it is. Shrug. Okay. Oh, end scene. I forgot about that. We need the intro scene first. But yeah, I forgot there needs to be an ending to the game. Can't export debug builds. Animated ventures entering the battle. Saving while dragging an item doesn't do anything bad. Can we just verify this now? I haven't tested this, so maybe everything's just fine. I should test it. We shouldn't even be saving that an item is selected in the first place. Okay, so let's try this out. Let's say we have this cloak and we save the game and we load the game. What happens? Did I just duplicate it? Save and load. No, there are 2 cloaks on the ground still. The first time I did this, I didn't see the second cloak. It might have been hidden behind an item. But yeah, it doesn't look like I'm duplicating anything here. There are 3 yellow potions. I'm going to save and load. Still 3. I guess technically we are not restoring the mouse state. So it thinks I'm holding an item, but I'm not. So that's a tiny bug. But that's kind of it, right? All right, let's launch the game again. There. Shouldn't it be tracking somebody? Oh yeah, it's tracking a customer, but it just can't find them until they move. Yeah. All right. update. I finally tested this, and the only problem I could see is that the mouse cursor doesn't get reset on loading. So it's still the grab cursor. Tooltips are correct. Testing the game saver, change all save things into structs. All right, and there's just one more page of this stuff, these three things. Yeah, okay, so I think there's still a lot of issues open that we could probably just close, but I did go through and close a few of them. We've got some good issues down here for Wednesday. We can tackle some of the quick ones if we want to. So I think this part's done. Prep for Wednesday is pretty much as done as it can be at this point. So that means that today can be around some of the game design stuff. Oh, I'm publishing a new demo. What do we have as far as new demo goes? Well, let's take a look at the repo. Oh, right. I'm not supposed to be covering this. I'm going to go get lunch pretty soon, so I don't think we're going to do too much about this. What did I even just click? That's what I wanted to click. Getting very hungry. Release instructions. So we fixed the typo, not important. That's pretty good. So one important enough change. That's pretty important. That's two. These combine to form a half of an important thing. Validators modify the script. And then these perks. Yeah. So there's like two minorly important changes. We could push a new build. If we did, it'd be one of those things where I just don't document it or anything. I didn't document the last one, did I? I don't think so. 0.7.5. Posted 5 days ago. And what are we on now? 0.7.6. Yeah, so I just never publish anything. I don't know. Yeah, I'll hold off on that. So this is done. Okay, yeah. All right, I think it is food time. Yeah. It's been a pretty decent day, considering I did almost nothing. Oh, what's happening? What's for lunch? I think I've got a chicken sandwich. Yeah, so I think I'll go take my lunch break. When I get back, oh man, it's already 1 o'clock. Okay, I'll try to be back by like 1:45 hopefully. And then we'll do design stuff. So design some new adventurers. And probably spend like 2 hours on this, maybe 3 hours. We already streamed for like 4 something. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed watching. Remember, Wednesday I'm going to be on the front page, so there'll be a lot of people there. If you have not already wishlisted Skeleseller, there's the link. If you ever want to join Discord, I've got 2 different ones now. There's a Skeleseller specific one, and then the general Adam Learns one. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I'll be back in 45-ish minutes. Hope you have a good rest of your day. See ya.